I've just bought a high mileage 22-year-old project car, and what better way to start with a project car than with a BMW E46 330ci. So she is high mileage with about 175,000 on the clock, and it's obviously not all good parts. She looks pretty decent from afar, but let's get into some negatives. Some of the trim, seen better days. Not only are these wheels pretty ugly, but they're quite corroded everywhere and don't really hold air for more than a day or two. Because it's quite old, this rubber trim has seen better days also. It is watertight, but it's falling apart. Although roof racks can be quite handy, they're not really the look that I'm going for, so these are gone. Yes, there are a few bad things with this 22-year-old 330ci. There is still plenty she's got to offer. A common fault with these is that the bonnet latches or hood latches tend to break or snap quite easily. This one, no issues. Being a 330, she's got this 3-litre straight 6 big lump engine in her, and she runs smooth for a 22-year-old car. So the car came with this K&N induction kit, which has a full pipe, a heat shield, and obviously the air filter itself. And of course the standard 330ci single exit exhaust. This is standard, yes it is going to get changed. So to top it off in the interior, we've got a nice retrimmed steering wheel, which is the standard steering wheel, but it looks practically brand new where it is retrimmed. And we also have some nice M3 seats, which I'm not too sure on the colour. Let me know in the comments what you think of this colour. They are nice seats, they are very comfortable. Being from an M3, they've got adjustable bolsters, full electric, and they do fit the car quite nicely. I was thinking about getting some bucket seats, but these are quite nice. I'm 50-50 with the colour. I might retrim them, I might go bucket seats, but for now, these will do. They are really comfortable. So it's a few days later and I'm currently just on the way to the gym and thought I'd get the drive video in. So I've had this about a week or so now, probably just over a week. I've driven it a few miles just to and from local areas and I love it. I absolutely love this car with a passion. It is everything that I've been looking for, everything that I've been missing and wanting from a car. I've got a Mercedes CLA, which is my daily driver, that's my work car, and I do a lot of miles for work, so that's on about 18,000 miles and it's 6 months old yesterday. So that's quite a lot. And although yes, the Merc is comfortable, yes, the Merc has a lot of modern day creature comforts, what it doesn't have is that experience when you're driving it, and that's exactly what this car is. Every drive in this car is just a pure experience, whether you're just going at this leisurely pace down some country roads or whether you're being a bit more spirited. It's just an experience. Everything from the manual gearbox to the suspension setup that this car has, it's just phenomenal. I haven't even told you what I paid for this car yet. So, the total price I paid for this 175,000 mile, 3-litre, 330ci is £2,300. £2,300 for this. It is so much car for the money. I may have just been a bit lucky because I think I've got a very good deal here, I'm not going to lie. So to drive the way this drives, to have the few modifications that this has on it, I would pay easily 4 or 5 grand for this car, but I didn't. I got it for £2,300. Like, value for money. Why would you get an M3? Yes, if you're a collector, the M3 is the best one to go for. Yes, if you want to keep things standard, then the M3 is better to go for because, let's face it, you don't exactly want to, in the purist eyes at least, ruin an M3 with certain modifications that I will be doing on this car. But other than that, why would you get an M3 for what, an extra 9 grand, 10 grand? You're going to find yourself in an M3, whereas for £2,300 I'm in just as good of a car. Hate me in the comments if you want to hate me in the comments, but the 330 Ci is just as good of a car from a modifying point of view as an M3. Yes, it's about 100 horsepower down, but the suspension I'm going to change. The seats I'm potentially going to change, and I've got M3 seats in this anyway. They're nice, they're not buckets, and also, as I mentioned, the colour's a bit naff. However, suspension is changeable. The way that things drive, I polybush in it, which again, this is done, that is changeable. The noise, you can change that. This car will be getting an exhaust. So, all those little things, yes, the M3 sounds a little different, the M3 sounds raspier. I prefer a deep tone. So, I think that this car is actually better in my eyes for noise. The only thing it's missing is an extra 100 horsepower, which you can get with turbos and stuff like that, but that's quite expensive and extensive modifications as opposed to getting in this and just going. But enough on this versus the M3, because that's a battle that you're either for or against, and I think in most eyes I'm not going to win that. However, for me, for the modifications that this car is going to have done to it, £2,300 is more than a crazy place to start. With a car that drives fine, it needs a clutch. That's the only thing that needs doing on this car, is it needs a clutch. It drives fine. You can drive it quite spiritedly and it drives fine. But if you do any aggressive gear changes, or if you try and dump the clutch or anything like that, then the clutch does start spinning. So clutch is, ooh, that was a bit bumpy. Clutch is a bit of a priority on this car. Other than that, it drives perfectly. It needs a new heater matrix, which the guy actually gave that to me. He had it, he just hadn't fit it yet. So the heater does work, but the blowers they've got a mind of their own, basically. They either blow out or they don't blow out. But there's so many good things about this car. As I've already said, it's got a 3-litre engine that sings, especially because it's been tuned to 7,000 revs. You'll hear that in a minute. It sings when you get between 5.5 and 7,000 revs. It just goes. It pulls, and it just, the noise is incredible. I cannot wait to get an exhaust on this car. That is priority modification, probably modification number 1. Next video, exhaust. When that opens up, it's just incredible. And it's not quiet, but it's certainly not loud. You can hear the tone of the exhaust, you can hear the wind. That needs to be sorted out. There's a few seals, or maybe the alignment of the window, I don't know, but it just, every time I get in this car, I can't help but smile. It's, it's just, like I said, it's everything I've been missing. It's fun, it's enjoyable, it has that personality that cars have, and I'm sorry if you don't feel that cars have a personality, you don't care about cars enough. This car has a personality of its own, and I am well and truly in love with this car. Like I said, I've only had it about a week. No doubt there'll be a love-hate relationship, but overall this is probably the best project car I've ever bought, and I guarantee you, if you stay tuned and you subscribe and watch the future progress of this video, it's going to be something special. So there she is, the E46. If you like the video, make sure you press the like button, hit the subscribe button as well, and leave a comment down below. Let me know what you want to see for the build. Make sure you come back for the next video, because we've got a big modification for this car. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to another E46 video, where if you watched the last video, you would realise I don't like the alloys that are currently on my E46. So first port of call is swapping out them alloys, and the second thing on our list today, an M3 exhaust on a 330 Ci. Let's go. So there they are, the new wheels are on. What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments. Do you like the gold on the black? I was looking for bronze, but gold was what come up. So cheap wheels, temporary wheels, bear that in mind. But I kind of like the colour scheme, so I may stick with it. We'll find that out in the future. But for now, we need to get the rear wheel well cut out so this exhaust can fit, because the M3 exhaust doesn't fit with the wheel well in place. So to fit this M3 exhaust, we need to cut the boot floor out, which actually turns out not to be that hard, so I'll show you that process now. Unlike the M3, the 330Ci has a full-size spare wheel well which is blocking where the new M3 exhaust needs to sit. So I removed everything from the boot, ready to start cutting. I must admit, I was a bit nervous about cutting into my car, but it turned out alright for the first time ever doing this sort of thing, as I'd never taken an angle grinder to a car in my life. I think it just goes to show that something that seems like a bit of a daunting task at first is alright when you just give it a go. So it's not the cleanest cut in the world, but that doesn't really matter because it's going to be covered with a plate anyway. But you can see that the boot floor is starting to come away. So now we just need to take off those extra edges and get it off, basically. See if it's attached to anything underneath. And then mock up this plate. It turns out there were a few rivets holding the boot floor to a second skin. However, with the help of my screwdriver and a drill, the boot dropped out fairly easily. I then moved on to fitting the plate in place and decided to drill one hole at first so I could secure it and drill all the other holes without the plate moving, otherwise that could have been a bit of a pain to line up. Here you can see me installing my first riv nut. If you don't know what riv nuts are, they're basically a hollow rivet with a tapped section to enable you to screw in a bolt. After securing the plate, I was able to drill the rest of the holes without the plate moving. I then put the riv nuts in place and used the riv nut tool to squeeze them securely to the car. Before finally installing the plate, I used a bunch of Tiger Seal to seal up where the plate meets the car to prevent any water ingress. Finally, the plate goes in and we use the good old Ooga Googa just to make sure all the bolts go in tight, because I have zero plans on removing this plate ever. I then use the Tiger Seal as a seam sealer on some of the edges just to be safe. The boots are all done and it's the next day. By the time I finished it last night, it was far too late and far too dark, but I needed to get it done because we're heading to Steve's unit now to get the rest of this exhaust installed. So I'll catch you guys at Steve's unit. So to be fair, I'm going to look under here, it's a little bit of surface rust, especially on the subframe, but it's not too bad, especially for 175,000 miles, 22 years old, it's quite a clean car. Because this exhaust is being fabricated to fit the stock pipes, Steve is cutting off the flanges so that we can use exhaust clips to make the temporary section fit the M3 back box. After a bit of lining up and some measuring to make sure the pipes are even, we're ready to make the new temporary pipes. Steve has got this little donut looking thing to gauge where the exhaust needs to sit to prevent me melting my diffuser. Normally Steve would be TIG welding, however to make his life a bit easier he's going to MIG weld, because this is only a small section and it's only temporary until we wait for more exhaust parts down the line. So I didn't realise until Steve cut this off, but there's a valve on the stock exhaust. So it's just vacuum line valve, and hopefully that doesn't bring out engine management light, but that should hopefully be a bit different from a cold start and just an idle point of view with the valve fully open, because there's no valve on this system. We're just about done, and as you can see the exhaust is on, the diffuser is on. We're just about to let the car down and see how it sounds for a first start. So I don't know if you could tell with the lighting, but it already looks so much better, so we'll see how it sounds. Go on then, Steve. Those pops and burbles. Oh, that is so much better. So that is so much better. I knew it had a proper burble tune on it, but you couldn't really hear it with the stock exhaust. However, that is so much better. So it wouldn't be an exhaust video if I didn't do a before and after comparison. So here's the before. And here's the after. And an extra special treat, here's a cold start. Now that's not it for the exhaust. I do have some secondary cat delete mid pipes, however they've not been installed because it would have just been a bit too awkward for us to install it due to the different sizes in the pipe and all that stuff. So long story short, I'm going to wait until I've got headers. I've already got the mid pipes. I'm going to get a rear mid pipe section, and that will be a full system, no cats, basically straight through with a resonator and the back box. So stay tuned for that in a future video. But if you've enjoyed what you see here, please like the video, make sure you leave a comment down below, let me know what else you want to see, and make sure you click that subscribe button. It massively helps me out. I can then provide you with better content and more content more consistently, so make sure you please subscribe. Anyway guys, that's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one. Welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to another video on the E46, where in this video we're on the inside of the car. So in my first video I said that I do like these seats and that they're really comfortable, but I wasn't too sure on the colour, and the more that I've lived with them, the more the colour is grating on me. It's a great seat, and these bolsters are really adjustable both at the bottom and also at the sides. Just not the style, nor is it the comfort that I'm going for. I want a bit more of a sporty ride and something that holds you a bit better than what these seats do. So in this video we're going to take these seats out and we're going to get some bucket seats in here. As with every car, you slide the seat forwards and you undo the 2 bolts that are at the rear. In this case, it is electric, so therefore it makes it a bit easier. But I slide the seat forward, undo the 2 bolts at the rear, then I move on to sliding the seat backwards, and there's 2 nuts that are holding the front of this seat onto the car. So now the front seats are completely free. I just need to disconnect the battery and then unplug the seats. So the E46 M3 seats are removed, and we're going to go from these to these Recaro Sportster CS's from a Corsa VXR, and yes, they're pretty disgusting right now. I'm hoping they clean up like brand new. The story behind these seats was that some guy had bought a Corsa VXR 2022 plate, brand new from the factory, and had written it off within a couple of months. So he then decided to buy it back from the insurance company and sell the seats. The guy I bought the seats off had bought these seats from the guy and decided to store them in a barn for 2 years because he was going to use them for a Land Rover project, but ended up just storing them. That's why they are absolutely rotten, because it had bird poo and dust and everything that you can imagine that's in and around a barn stored on these for 2 years. However, I was quite confident when I saw the seats in the back of his van that they would clean up quite nice. They were basically new when they went into storage, and you could see underneath all the dirt, the leather was good, and the seats looked pretty good condition. So because of the condition that they were in, I did get a pretty good deal. I got these VXR seats for £420. So that's the first seat clean, nearly. It's got a few bits to do. I need to let it dry, then I'm going to put some leather balm on it, treat the leather, and then I'm going to make sure that there's all spotless on the joints, make sure that everything on the little nooks and crannies is going to get a brush in there, make sure all that's clean as well. But just after a little quick clean, probably about 20 minutes, half an hour on that seat, I'll show you the comparison between what it was to how it is now. So looking at the old seat, obviously there's bird poo everywhere. You can see just crap all over the seat. Moving on to the new one, it does need to dry out and it is going to get leather treated, but it's so much better. That's nearly new. It took me 7 hours to get this bucket seat into this car, and as you can see, I've only fit one. I looked online and I read up about people that had put these seats into multiple different cars, and a lot of fabrication has been needed in most cases, so I don't know why I thought I was any different. But it wasn't the hardest thing to do, it was just a lot of figuring out and a lot of technical little pieces, installing the seat several times, in, out, and finally, as you can see, we are mounted. BMW seats are notorious for being quite low and sitting naturally very low in a car, and these are obviously very old seats in an old car. So the designs were very different back then as to what they are now. The seat rails that I bought for this car come with 2 rails and 4 box sections. The 2 rails go to the stock mounting locations on the car, and the 4 box sections are used to mount the new rails to that seat rail. It turns out that trying to do that with these seats, the seat sat far too high and it just wasn't comfortable. My head was hitting the ceiling and I just didn't feel like I was driving a BMW. So that left me a couple of options. I was trying to retain as much usability as I've already said, however the boxes were just not working. I then looked at the rails and realised that there's a bit of wiggle room, so I could potentially fit the rails to the car and the new seats directly to those rails, lowering the seat down probably about 1.5 inches. But by doing this, I still sat far too high, so this is the second attempt at mounting. I then realised I may have to sacrifice the sliding ability of these seats and take off the stock subframes and see if I can fit these new subframes directly to the seats and then mount this into the car. I did, however, have to cut the new seat rail in order to fit it to the seat, because where the seat belt goes, the airbag was in the way. So in order to retain the standard seat belt, I had to move that around. And as you can see, there is no room whatsoever in order to get these bolts in. It's so tight, I had to use spanners and do 1/8 of a turn at a time just to be able to get this in. So there were parts I didn't actually think this would even work, but luckily, as you can see, we managed to get the first one in, and now I'm putting the second one in. So I don't have the ability to slide it back and forth, but luckily for me, I do have the ability to pump the chair up and down using the stock pump, which means that I can pump the chair up in order to fasten the seat, and then I can pump it back down to a good location. And let's face it, how many times do you actually move your seat back and forward in your own car? And this is my own car, so I don't plan on moving the seat. It's fixed in a permanent position, hard mounted, and that's where it's going to stay. And as far as the passenger seat goes, well, you don't really need to move that either. As long as you've got leg room, you're going to be pretty much fine. As I just said, we've got to put the passenger side seat into the car now, which does involve taking off the stock subframes and the runners, installing the new subframes, but first I've obviously got to cut those subframes to fit around the airbag and the seat belt within that seat. Because I'd already done this with the driver's side, I knew exactly what I was doing, and it was so much easier to get this seat in. It took a fraction of the time, probably hour, maybe hour and a half tops, to do the whole process, and I had the passenger seat in. If only I knew the first time round what I was doing, I would have had them both in within an afternoon. But I guess that's just trial and error. So, a bit high, but this is where this comes into play. There we have two Recaro CS Sportsters from a Corsa VXR in my E46 330ci, and I could not be happier. There were a few comments in the first video to say keep the M3 seats, don't retrim them, dye them, but I think this is the way forward. This is the best option for me. They are so comfortable, they hug you, and I tell you what, I have driven this car with this seat in so far. It makes the world of difference. You feel like you're in a bit of a race car. With the suspension this has and these seats, you just feel glued to it, and you turn a corner and you don't move, the car doesn't move. It's phenomenal. And how these were put in a Corsa VXR, is beyond me. Obviously these aren't the standard seats, so there is an airbag light on the dash. We need to get some resistors, and there's a company local to me that will sort that out for me, and maybe have something special at that company too. And it wouldn't be a car modification if something didn't go wrong. So in typical modern fashion, the seat belts don't work in this car. The seatbelt buckles in this car don't fit the seatbelt receivers from these Recaro CSs. They are a lot newer than what this car is. These are out of a 22 plate Corsa VXR, and this is obviously a 2002 BMW E46, so that's 20 years of difference. Seatbelts changed slightly, so we have a few options, and for that you're gonna have to come back in the next video. Now, I did have something else planned for this build, for this video, however it hasn't arrived in time, so unfortunately we're gonna have to leave it there with these seats. Let me know in the comments. I know a few of you did want me to keep the M3 seats. Let me know, do you approve of these seats? Would you keep the M3 seats? Personally, this is obviously my car, my choice, and this is my preferred choice. Thanks for watching. Make sure you like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and stay tuned for the future videos on this build, and for next video when we sort the seatbelt issue out and we have something else to add to the rear section of this car. I'll see you then. Oh, that's sick. That's well cool.
They look wicked, don't they?
I'm well impressed with them. Mate, 70 quid. Welcome back to the channel, and as you can tell by the thumbnail and the title of this video, we are doing something with these lights today, because the E46 doesn't come with typical BMW lights. And when I say typical BMW lights, obviously these are the standard lights for a BMW, but what do we all know BMWs for? The halos. Some call them halos, some call them angel eyes, and in this video we're going to install some angel eyes or halos into the lights on my E46 330ci. To install these angel eyes, I'm going to head to my best mate's house, Dean. He's got a VW Caddy, and we're going to install an exhaust on that and the angel eyes on this, so it's just a full Saturday car day. So I'll catch you at Dean's house. Dean has been away for 4 months and he hasn't actually seen this car at all. He's seen the videos I've done, and he's seen obviously stuff that I've texted him, but he's not seen this car, so we're going to get a first reaction from Dean and see what he thinks of my E46. Obviously you've not seen this at all, have you?
Nah.
I know it's just fucking filthy, but I know that you weren't too keen on the alloys when I sent you pictures, but in person, still not keen? I think
knowing what future plans you've got, I think it'll be good. Yeah, no, it'll be good when it's done.
Yeah, it'll be sick.
Seats with bad boy.
Yeah, have a look at the driver's side, and obviously you can see all your stuff's in the back, but
yeah, it looks great.
It's decent, isn't it? It sits quite nice. Yeah, you've got to kind of pull them up.
Yeah, I don't know what gym is, I mean. Yeah, it looks cool, man.
It's nice. And what do you think of the rear seat delete kit?
Yeah, it's alright.
It's good. It's a really good fit. It just took ages to get here.
Yeah. Let's see what it's like then.
It sits well comfy. I'm not sure, I mean, obviously I'm a bit taller than you, so I'm not sure if your clutch is going to be like a bit too deep.
No, it's nice.
Is that right?
Yeah, they fit. They're really nice height, aren't they?
Yeah. You could pump them up in that as well, but
yeah, no,
they've got the harness in that side too.
They fit in there really well, actually.
Yeah, and they look sick.
Yeah, they do look good. I like it, mate. I like it.
Nice. Well, I've said that we're obviously going to do angel lights on this and do the exhaust on your van today, so
hopefully.
Yeah, well, we'll crack on with that. I'll show you guys in a bit. Moving on to the main part of the video is installing these angel eyes, and these are about 70 quid off eBay, so it should be quite simple. I've watched a video on it, don't know what I'm doing, but I'm sure between me and him we can figure this out, so I guess we'll crack on. So the beauty of the pre-facelift E46 is you've got clips up the top here. Basically you've got to take this rubber trim off, you've got clips up the top, and this is just a lens cover if you didn't know. It's not moulded as they normally are, so you're going to have to take the side indicator out, which is a Phillips head in there, and then that will pop out, and then we can just undo all that and actually fit these angel eyes in situ. So we start taking the lights off until we realise... Indicators out first, Dean. Indicators out first.
I know you told me.
That's right, indicator's got to come out first, and then we can remove the trim that's underneath the headlights. And because I've got washer jets in mine, I had to take the washer jet cover off as well, which gave us a little bit of a surprise.
Oh, yeah, let's come out your washer. Headlight washer. That's going to just drain it now. That just pulls off of there. And then just slide that out the front and plug it back in. So
oh, So we got unexpectedly a little bit wet, but it's all part of the game. Now on with removing the rest of the lens, which, as I said, there's a few clips at the top and there's some clips at the bottom, and then we can pull this lens cover off and get to the internals of this light.
Thought you was the mechanic.
Me? Mechanic? Never. I'm well hot though. So Dean's just taken off what we think is the head to the fuse box, and then we're going to find the control cable to plug these lights in and get them tested before we fit them up.
Huzzah! Alright, red, there you go, red with yellow dots. Right there. Easy peasy lemon puff, squeezy.
So if you look behind here, if you come behind here, there's this piece here. So we need to basically peel that back, and then we can push our wire for the angel eyes. So if we get one of the angel eye cables, that gets pushed in above there, and then we need to find this hole so we can push it through there, basically. And then we can run it, and it then just connects onto there. So it's fine. We'll figure that out, but that's how it goes in. So it goes up above the lights. So these then thread both through there, if you can see that gap, and then you come round the back and you can pull this rubber grommet back, and then once we've got them connected, we'll push the rubber grommet forward again, and then it'll cover them up and still protect it. Now we've got the wires routed, we used double-sided sticky tape and some clips that were provided with this kit to secure the angel eyes to the headlight surrounds before tidying up the wiring to keep that engine bay looking nice and clean. So minus the indicator lights, it's 90% wired up, so I thought we'd just test it before we go any further. On?
Coming on.
Coming on.
Yeah, they flick round.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. That looks sick.
Oh, that's pretty sick, isn't it? Yeah, I like that.
So when you turn the ignition on, they like load.
Oh, that's sick. That's well cool.
They look wicked, don't they?
I'm well impressed with them. And the fact that they do the swooping LEDs as well for the indicator, that's sick. Sweet, turn it off. We can leave the battery in now, can't we? There's only single wires we do.
Yeah, true, yeah.
On go the indicators to test.
They're coming on. Yeah.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Oh, sick. That's fucking awesome.
That looks rude.
That's quality, isn't it? Mate, 70 quid.
I like that.
The ones from Angel Eye Guy were like 115, I think, and then obviously had to pay for shipping.
That's quality.
That's banging, isn't it? Right, let's get this all finished and wired up.
Yeah, I like it.
We are fully installed and we are back together, so I'm going to show you guys how we've done the wiring. So, main fuse box I showed you earlier, we've got the live cable there going through a grommet, leads to the box, and then from the box you can see Dean has kindly supplied loom tape so it looks absolutely OEM plus, tucked down behind here, zip tied to everything, goes along the body, and then we're connected into the indicators there, and it is completely OEM. You wouldn't even know that there's wires in there. So well happy. We're going to see about securing the box so it doesn't rattle around or damage the box at all, but other than that, done. Before we put the lens covers back on, grab one, going to try and polish them up. I've got a Meguiar's kit, don't know if you can tell, they're very dirty, very old, so these are just lens covers, so they're easy to replace, as you saw in pop us off earlier. If they don't clean up, I'll just get new ones and whatever, so I'll show you guys that now and see how they do. I've never used any of these kits before, and this one by Meguiar's I did find to be quite good, considering that I didn't have to use any power tools. It did just enough to make the lights that bit better. Just sprayed on this headlight coating, which took all that sort of mistiness out and made it clear again, so I'll let that dry. But looking at, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on camera, but looking at the before and after is miles better. All this yellowing and crap from years is pretty much gone. So we'll do the other one and then put these back in the car and show you the final product. So that is the Angel Eyes all done. Dean, turn them on. That's so sick. Do one of the indicators. Quality. And the other. Perfect. Banging. I could not be happier. I don't know what you guys think. Let me know down in the comments below. Do you like this install? Do you like the Angel Eyes? I think it's a massive improvement from the stock ones. Obviously these didn't come with them from stock, but perfect. If you watched the last video, some of you eagle-eyed viewers might notice that I did change these lights. They were the pre-facelift lights, and obviously I've put these LED ones in now, and they are much nicer. I think it just finishes the look. Obviously these ones are still tatty, so I need to replace them, but that's much better. Now I'm going to flick to earlier on in the day where we installed an exhaust on Dean's van. It is a Caddy van, it's that one there. We installed a new exhaust on this van, so I'll flick to that now and I'll catch you guys in a second. Got the Caddy all jacked up. Dean's gonna have a look underneath, see how the old exhaust comes off, and then we'll show you the new exhaust. Whilst Dean cuts the exhaust, I thought I'd show you this new one. Basically, the current Caddy exhaust is a standard exhaust, which is a back box and like a downward facing pipe. Where this one, as you can see, they look a bit rolled tip style, but it's got some nice silver tips and a nice black coated exhaust from a company called Hornet. A fairly cheap exhaust, but it sounds quite good online, so we'll do a bit of a before. Actually, I don't think we've got a before. We won't do a before, but we'll definitely do an after. So we'll let you know what it sounds like once it's on.
Oh, fuck me, that was loose then. She's off. Oh, alright.
So the idea was to angle grind this off so these two will come apart, because this rubbish old hanger, I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, this rubbish old hanger was facing upwards, so you couldn't even reach the bolts even if you wanted to, and they definitely look like they're going to snap. So that's done. Now time to remove the exhaust hangers and get the rest of it out, I guess. With a bit of twisting and pulling, we tried to get the exhaust out whole, but we ended up having to resort to more extreme measures. So this isn't the only reason Dean's changing it, but that has definitely seen better days. There's water in that. Yeah, there's water in it, but that's definitely seen better days. So
we get
time to do
10,000 miles.
Yeah, true. I can't talk. Time to do the obligatory YouTube startup with little or less exhaust. I don't think it'll sound anything different. No, no different at all. Leave it like that. Fuck it. What if there'd be something? Yeah, nothing. It's just there, not here. Fuck's sake. With that disappointing yet predictable startup, it's time to get the new exhaust on. Bear in mind, it's just a catback on a 1.6 diesel engine, so this is more for aesthetics, unless of course Dean ever decides to get bored of his EGR and DPF. Pretty sick, to be fair. Yeah, it's pretty good. Right, that's the exhaust on, so first start, see if it sounds anything different.
Probably not.
Can't reach the clutch.
Definitely a bit deeper.
Yeah, it looks good.
That'll do.
Bit of fangling and finessing, and now it sits inside the bumper a lot more. It was like way out here, so it looks so much better. OEM Plus, I don't know, let me know in the comments. OEM Plus or a bit too far. I like it, I think it's OEM Plus. So that's the angel eyes in, that's the new tail lights on as well, and also that's the exhaust on Dean's van. So thank you very much for watching. Make sure you comment down below, let me know if you like this content, let me know if you like working on Dean's van as well as on these headlights, and I'll catch you guys in this next one. Make sure you like, comment and subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. I've not long got home from Dean's and I just wanted to show you what these lights look like in the dark. Hopefully the camera picks it up right, but I'll show you anyway. It turns out that there's an app on my phone and we can actually change what the lights look like. So I'll show you a few things now. We had them on the white, and I'm not sure how well this is picking it up, but we had them on the white, and you can change them to red, yellow. Take that brightness down so hopefully you guys can see it. I think the yellow just hits different. I mean, you can pretty much do any colour you want, any colour of the rainbow. And you can even do some pretty naughty things. Now, there is no way that they are legal. I know you're not allowed flashing or moving lights, so there's no way they are legal. For me, I think I'm going to stick with the yellow. I think the yellow finishes it off perfectly. I think it's a lot more modern, like a lot of modern day BMWs. I know a lot of people might think that the white looks best, and even the red. Red looks pretty sick, especially at night time against the black car. It's awesome. But for me, yellow's the one to go for. Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another video on the E46, where in this video we are installing the M3 front end on this car. When I say M3 front end, I mean the front wings from an M3 and also the front bumper from an M3 CSL. Now, I know it might not be to some people's taste, but personally I think that the M3 wings are perfect. I think the vents that they have and the fact that they're a little bit wider just fit this car so nicely, on top of benefiting for some future parts of this build. Here are the M3 wings that I bought for this car, and as you can see, one's grey, the other's carbon wrapped. However, the reason for going for an M3 wing is you get this wonderful vent, and also they are a bit wider. The only issue is, this is obviously not the same colour as my car, and that one's wrapped. Also, they're not the best condition. They've got a bit of rust underneath here, a little bit of rust down here as well. But I picked them up really cheap. They were £220, and that come with the vents and with the indicators, which is quite hard to find. Don't worry, there is not an M3 badge going on this car. There is an M badge. Now, as you can tell, these wings are pretty good. There's no rust here, a few stone chips which have got a little bit of rust on them, but you could sand them down, repaint it, and they'd be pretty good wings. You might ask, why would I change them for these M3 wings? And the M3 wings, if you haven't seen them before, come with the vents, as I've just said, come with the indicators, and they are also a bit wider than the standard wing. Also, we've got some future parts for this car which these wings are required, and you'll see that later on in the build. For now, I'm going to get these wings loaded up because I'm going to head to Dean's house, who you would have seen in the last video, to get these wings sanded down. He has a heat gun so I can remove that wrap. I'm going to sand these down and see what condition we can get them to. And on with removing the wrap. As far as wraps go for removing, this one wasn't too bad, but it's probably due to the state of the panel underneath. So, looking at the wing, you can understand why you wrapped it, but at the same time, why would you wrap it under this? And this is very rusted, which won't be an issue later down the line, but I'm going to sand this all back. This wing looks alright in comparison. It's not as bad with rust, but if I turn this one around, looking on the inside of this, I mean, this connection point where it bolts to the car is all rusted, and the inside is not good at all. So I've cleaned it up as best I can, whacked some primer on it, and it is high build primer, so it might fill in the sand spots, but obviously you're still going to see all that, so we'll see what happens. Using a degreaser, I start to prep the panel and take as much dirt off as possible before moving to a wire brush so I can remove as much rust as possible without taking too much material off the panel. I then took the panels back home and gave them a final clean before prepping them for paint. So after a bit of a clean up, they're actually not too bad. This one's definitely the worst one, and you can still see that there's a bit of rust going on the inside. There is actually a bit of a hole just here. However, they're going to serve their purpose for what I need for this build, as I keep saying, and all will be revealed. So let's sand these down now and get them ready for primer. I used an orbital sander for a lot of this panel just because I had to go down to metal for some of it and it was in such poor condition. I then used brake cleaner to get all the dust off and make sure the panel was properly clean. That is the first panel done, nearly. I need to just sand in here so the primer adheres to that a bit better. However, this was, as you can probably tell, the worst piece, but we've managed to get it flat and soft and smooth. Everywhere else is soft and smooth. This was a bit of a pain because that was a bit raised, but that's alright. Actually, for being the worst panel, like you can see from the rust on the inside, it's come out pretty well here. We will get away with that, I think. It's not going to look too bad. We can potentially put some fiberglass filler in there if needs be, just to fill the hole, but we'll see what it looks like when it's all primered up. So I'm going to sand these bits down and then I'll whack the primer on and we can compare this panel to the untouched panel. So that's 2 coats now done with etch primer on the back side, obviously where all the rust is and all that sort of stuff. So that's looking a lot better. Actually looks pretty cool. It's all sort of like a matte black colour from the etch primer, but this will fill all the imperfections in from sanding on the top side, which I'm going to flip it over now and do the top side. I'm excited to see what it looks like flipped over, so I'm going to crack on now, flip it over, do 3 coats on the top side, then this one needs to be done, but losing lights, that'll definitely be done another day. One coat down, I'll let that dry, come back, do my next 2 coats, and then I'll catch up with you probably when all 3 coats are done. So I'll clip to that now. And there we have one primed M3 wing. I have put the vent in it and it is finished, and it is a couple of days later because I definitely ran out of light. However, let me show you around this wing, as I think it's come out quite good for the condition it was in. As you can see, it looks much better. This was the worst one of the 2, as the rust actually made a hole through here, which is a lot more hidden. I might put some fiberglass filler in it, but I might just leave it as it is because, again, we'll sort that out in the future. I've managed to cover off the inside and protect it a little bit more using that primer again around all the important bits, as well as sanding back, and you saw what I did to get rid of the rust there, or at least eliminate as much as possible. And when we compare it to the original wing, this one was the better of the 2, but still in quite poor condition, especially paint wise. I think it was just a rattle can job. So it's time to make this one look like this one and get it on the car. And just like the first panel, we sand this one down, we clean it with brake cleaner, and we spray it with the etch primer. This is both of them finished. This one is the original one that I did, the first one that I painted, and I did go over it again to try and get rid of some of these white marks. So that has had another coat, and that had the same amount. So there's 4 coats on both of them now, and I think they are looking absolutely spot on. Cannot wait to get them on the car. We need to get them fitted. I'm not going to do it today. I'm going to let them fully dry and then I'll get them on the car. It is delivery day and I am far too excited. I rushed home from work to unbox this. This, if you haven't seen by the thumbnail and the title, is a very special package and a key package to this entire video. Right, I mean, it's packaged well and it has made it all the way from Poland safe and sound, we hope. Here we have an E46 M3 CSL front bumper, and to accompany that we have an E46 CSL front lip, which goes something like that. That looks absolutely epic. I'm buzzing and I cannot wait to get that on. Only thing I need to figure out is how, because it is a full fiberglass bumper with no attachments, so I don't know how that's going to go on. I assume a little bit of hopes and dreams, but we'll get there. We're now going to jump to finally getting the wings and figuring this out to get this on the car. Another thing that's been really bugging me is essential for a BMW to have a proper BMW badge. By that I mean not one of these blacked out badges. It's carbon white against black and it just looks naff. So we have a brand new genuine BMW badge. Every BMW needs to have this. This is probably the easiest modification you will ever do on any car ever. Get a trim tool, pop that one off and chuck it in the bin. Then we get our genuine BMW badge, line up our holes and push her on. For such a small, it's not a modification, it's an unmodification. For such a small unmodification, I think that makes the world of difference and takes it back to what it should be from factory. Not even OEM plus, just OEM. That is the last thing we need to do before getting this bumper and these wings on. I promise this is it, this is what you click for. Let's get the bumper and the wings on. So looking at the arch liner, goes all the way round, all the way here. There's actually a screw, I don't know if you can see it, just in there, there's a screw. You have to take the subframe out to get the screw out, to get the arch liner out. So, like I've done that side, I'm just going to fold it underneath and we should be able to reach the whole wing and the front bumper and everything the assembly we need to get to by doing that. And I'm not taking the subframe off to take a screw out to hold a piece of trim in. That's ridiculous. It turns out that's not the subframe, it's just a piece of bracing. However, there's still no need to remove the arch lining completely when we could just fold it out of the way. Moving on to the wings, there's a series of Torx bolts at the top, followed by a bolt inside the door, one on the reverse of the door, and one down by the side skirt. We then mock up the new wing to see how it looks with a couple of bolts holding it in place. It doesn't look like it sticks out too much here, but that's because that's popped out, where that would normally sit in. So you'd normally see there's a massive difference, but you still see it. Those wheels are going to be lost. So first wing just mocked up, going to take it off again to put the front bumper on, but just wanted to show how wide it is compared to the stock wing. But obviously it's not the right colour. This car is going to be painted and or wrapped, so going to take that wing off, get the front bumper on and then show you when it's done. To remove the front bumper on E46, there are two hidden E-Torx bolts up inside the bumper, and that's what you can see me removing here. That was so much dust in my face.
175,000 miles of dust.
Yeah. Wunderbar. So now we need to take the bash bar off.
That bumper's just a skin, isn't it?
Yeah, it literally is just a skin.
Now, disclaimer, we had absolutely no idea how to remove the bash bar from the bumper, so we were pulling, prying and twisting absolutely everything we could see just to get this thing removed. However, it turned out brute force and ignorance was the way forward, because we then discovered the best way to remove it.
Oh, hold on. Look, see those clips here?
Oh yeah, just got to put it out.
Yeah, I think so. Ow! Put that fucker out. Blood, definitely sweat, but no tears yet, as long as this goes on.
With the bash bar removed, we then put it on the car and installed both the wings hard mounted, ready to install the bumper.
So we have hard mounted the wings on and currently trying to get the bumper on, and I'll show you. Theory is, because we've got these that normally clip on to the side in this white bracket you can just see in here, they obviously hold the bumper up, but the bumper fits quite nicely there, so we're going to put a riv nut in the top here and then screw through and bolt that to the wing for security. and then we'll use some good old Mansory glue, as Matt Armstrong likes to call it, and we'll glue the crash bar to the bumper, because this is just a skin essentially, and potentially put a riv nut in the bottom of the crash bar under here and put a bolt through there as well, which you shouldn't really be able to see when it's on. At least that's a theory anyway. So we're going to crack on and look at getting this riv nut in the bumper and try and drill through and get them all sorted and secure the bumper to the wings.
With the riv nuts installed, it's time to put the Mansory glue on the bash bar and press on the bumper. Then on goes the securing bolt in the middle of the crash bar before assembling the full front end back together, including the wheel locks liners and finally the wheels.
So there it is, the 330ci has a full front end from an M3 CSL, making it kind of a 330 CSL. Now let's have a look around. For those who don't know, this is an M3 CSL front bumper, slightly different to the M3 being the CSL, and the only difference really is there would be a fog light here with an air ducting, and the same on the other side. You can see on the far side there is a hole which that goes straight up to the intake. From the front you can see it looks very wide, much wider than it was before, and because of that we've completely lost our wheel fitment. It wasn't 100% before, but now it's definitely nowhere near, so it might be time to get some new wheels. Looking at the bonnet you can see that the gap is fairly consistent both sides, but it's still not very good. It starts off narrow at the front and then it goes out thin in the middle and gets quite wide at the top end. So the bonnet does not fit with these wings very well. On top of that, the standard bonnet does sit a bit lower than the M3 wings. The M3 bonnet obviously should sit a bit higher. So we either have to source an M3 bonnet or think of a way to raise this somehow, and I know which one I'd prefer. What you guys haven't seen is me install the grille. Now that's because when I installed the body kit I didn't have the grille, so I did that off camera using a bit of Tiger Seal around the edges just to make sure the grille meets up with the bumper quite nicely, and as you can see it completely finishes off the look of the car. All in all, this has been a successful video. I'm absolutely in love with how wide this car now looks with the wings and the bumper installed. That with the seats, this car is getting ever closer to the vision I've got in my head. If you like the content and you like what you see in this video, make sure you come back for the next video because we've got a lot more content coming on this car. Make sure you like, comment down below, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you subscribe as well, because hitting that subscribe button massively helps me out and massively helps me keep creating content for you guys to watch in the future. With that being said, I'm going to wrap it up here and I'll catch you guys in the next video. This is my BMW E46 330ci that I've been turning into my dream build. If you watched my previous videos on this build, you can see it's starting to take shape, but we've still got a long way to go. In my last video, I installed this CSL front bumper accompanied by these M3 front wings. Sticking to the M3 theme, I previously installed this M3 back box that sounds like this. If you want to see how I installed this M3 back box on my 330 Ci, click the link in the top right now, or wait to the end of the video and the link's in the description. I've got a full Gravity Performance exhaust to add to this back box, so make sure you stick around to the end of the video to hear this 3-litre straight 6 engine sing the way it should.
So I start by removing the caps on the engine cover to reveal the bolts, preferably without dropping them. I then take a 10mm and start removing these 10mm bolts that hold this cover to the engine. The bolts at the back are a bit tight, but with a bit of fiddling I managed to get access. The small cover comes off really easy, but for the bigger cover you have to remove the oil filler cap, then you can take the cover off, remembering to replace the oil filler cap so you don't drop any bolts down your engine. Next up is the washer fluid reservoir. You start by taking the 10mm bolt out the top, and then there's a few electrical connectors connected to the sensors and the pumps. To disconnect the first pump, I took the feed line off. Lucky for me, I had no fluid in this reservoir. If I did, it would have come all spilling out. And the pump on the back, I decided I can just remove straight away. And again, lucky I had no fluid in. It simply just slides straight out the rubber grommet. Next up is the O2 sensors. I used a small flathead to take these covers off at the front. I then used the same flathead to pull and pry at the sensors to disconnect them completely. And the same again on this rear one. And onto the headers. If I were to say this was an easy task, then I'd definitely be lying. The access was horrendous, but little by little I managed to remove all the header bolts after about 3 days of graft.
So this is an absolute pain to do. The clearance is, well, there isn't any clearance, so to get into all the areas that you need to get into, you need to be a contortionist with your fingers and your hands. Long story short, because this is a right-hand drive car, I've got a steering column in the way and there's no access to get to the rear set of headers. So the front one is completely undone and the rear one, there is no clearance at all. I'll show you what I mean. So looking in the engine bay, like I said, the front one here is completely undone. There's 7 bolts in that one and there's 7 bolts in that one, and you can see just there the steering column is in the way. So what I'm going to have to do is take that steering column off from the top. Hopefully I can lever the steering column in this way so I can reach my hand down there to get the last 3 bolts, because the last 3 bolts are, see my finger here, last 3 bolts, there's 2 down there and there's 1 about here but further down, so that won't come out because of the steering column and I can't access them because of the top of the steering column. So that's my issues at the minute, but this is why I started with the headers, because the rest of it is going to be easy and the rusted bits I can cut out. So yeah, that's the first issue. Second issue is I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get these headers out without dropping the subframe and supporting the engine somehow. Probably taking the engine mounts off and, like I say, dropping that subframe. We're going to see what the clearance is like once I've got the steering rack out of the way. Hopefully I could take them through the bottom of the car. I don't know. Any videos I've seen, they're all American and you don't have a steering rack. But hey, right hand drive, E46 problems. So I'll catch you guys once I figure this issue out and we'll go from there.
Here you can see me using the wheel to turn the steering rack so I can position it to get access to this e-torque bolt with my socket. And here is the bolt at the bottom of the steering rack. After undoing that bolt, there's a bit of wiggling and a bit of pulling, but finally the steering rack comes free and I remove it from the car.
That is the steering rack out. So we've taken this piece completely out. We can push that piece up. So now we have taken this piece out from the middle section just down there. We can push this piece up, so that's tucked away. I don't know if you can see that. That's tucked away just there, and now we'll definitely have room to access those bolts.
And just like that, it gives me just enough access to reach these bolts.
What a pig of a job. This was not the easiest thing to do. Disclaimer, I have never taken out a steering rack off any car, so that's scary because I need to put that back in the right place or my steering's going to be wonky. I've also never taken headers off. I've done downpipes, so very similar, but this block is so big that there is no room, as you can tell, in this engine bay. Makes my job a lot more fun, apparently. Also, for anyone that's going to attempt this, these pipes, just be aware, are ribbed with like tin material and they rub the absolute life out of your hands. That's not what I wanted, was it? Now we've got all the bolts out for the headers and the steering rack is out the way, it's time to cut the rest of the exhaust off, because looking at the bolts that connect the headers to the mid pipe, there's no chance of getting them undone. They, I think, are 22 years old, 23 years old now with this car, and they've never come off, so they are absolutely rusted. So that is why we have the good old use of our angle grinder friend, cut them off and try and get these headers out.
I start by using the angle grinder to cut off the exhaust from the headers, then I remove the support mounts and finally disconnect the exhaust from the back box.
After absolutely butchering that exhaust to get it off, due to access and whatever, it's off. So now we need to get the headers off. That's the next thing. You pull this big exhaust out and yeah, let's go for the headers. Carpet is the best thing to work on, especially a dry day. Right, let's get these headers off.
It was at this point that I'd realised there were 8, not 7 bolts in each header, so back I go to remove the last 2 header bolts.
One thing I forgot, at the beginning of this process I took these O2 sensors out, but I didn't take these ones out, so we need to remove these the same way we removed the bottom ones.
Luckily, I didn't have to touch the subframe when trying to remove these headers. However, there is this cross brace that you can see I've lowered down there. I did also use the jack to support the engine under the oil pan. There is no need, I was being a bit paranoid. It's not a structural part, so therefore you can lower it without issue. To my relief, I can finally remove the last components of this stock exhaust from the bottom of the car.
Oh, finally. That only took me 3 days to get those out. Not in total, I mean a couple of hours each day, but 3 days. So starting at the headers, we can see these are the stock ones obviously, and these are the new ones. The cats, massive cats in there, no cats in there. That's the biggest thing, the biggest restriction. You can see here, these are short tube as opposed to these ones are long tube headers. What that basically means is the exhaust gases come from here and here and here, and they've got to get out of this tube. So these ones collect in this pinch point, and the only real free flowing one is this one here, and likewise you can see the same, that one's the freest flowing because it goes straight out. Whereas if we look at the new ones, there's no fighting for air, they all kind of go their own direction and meet up at this point here where it's straight down. There's no sort of like curves or any fighting for airflow. That should give us an extra bit of power and also help with the noise. Moving on, we've got the secondary stock cats, which we are replacing them with 200 cell sports cats, so they're going in. Then we've got the stock resonator. Again, we're replacing it with a new resonator. This you can see is a bit shorter where the back box would connect onto here. A bit shorter because I'm going to get Steve to cut this and weld that in. So if we cut that about here and weld it, you can actually see, if I move this, by doing that, that gives us the length that we need to make to the end. So that is our stock versus new system. This is also fatter tube, that's 2 inch I believe. This is 2.5 inch, so will improve noise and also improve power and obviously improve airflow. So enough yapping from me, we're going to get the headers on and see what they sound like, because it's basically YouTube law at this point. If you put headers or a downpipe on, you have to see what it sounds like before installing the rest of it. So let's get to that now.
Before installing the new headers, I need to remember to take the old O2 sensors out because I will be reusing them in the new headers.
That one's going to have to be replaced at some point, but the rest are pretty good.
When reinstalling them, I need to remember what position they went in, so the front goes to the front and the rear goes to the rear as they were at stock. Now, starting the process to wiggle the new headers through. This was much easier as they were a lot smaller due to not having any cats, so there was a lot more room to play with. Before fully fitting them, I would need to remember to put the new exhaust gaskets in before reinstalling those 16 bolts, 8 in each header. Then it's time to reinstall the O2 sensors and the steering rack.
That's all put back together, steering rack's back together, and the headers are on, fully bolted in. So now it's time to do that obligatory YouTube startup with just headers, nothing else. I don't know if you can hear me, but it sounds like an LS. Oh. Now, that is utterly stupid, but had to be done. Let's crack on with the rest of the exhaust.
After a lot of rolling around on the floor and wiggling this exhaust pipe, I come to quite a sad realisation.
This doesn't fit. Slight issue, the exhaust doesn't fit. If you put, I mean, these pipes are the same as the decap pipes, and if you put the pipes where they're meant to lie, it just doesn't line up at all. And then you put that where that wants to sit and you're touching the floor. So back to the drawing board with that one. Looks like these pipes are all going back. She's staying extremely loud, and we either get a custom one done by Steve or we find something else that fits. Right, back to the drawing board, and this video will continue once I've got the parts, I guess. Some progress has been made on the exhaust. I phoned up Steve, and long story short, I'm going to Steve's tonight to get the rest of the exhaust put on. Steve's the guy who fabricated the last exhaust, helped me put the E46 M3 back box on this car. So we're going to cut off the flanges, orientate them the correct way, because that's the main issue, and there may be a little bit more fabrication that he has to do, but I think it's just going to be orientate the flanges, maybe slightly change the angle of the pipe, and then the rest of the exhaust should bolt on. Then he's going to have to fabricate the back end to the very back of this and put the resonator in. So progress has been made, and by the end of this video this exhaust will be on, you will hear it, and I'm going to Steve's right now. I just need to build up the rest of this engine bay, put the engine cover back on, put the washer bottle back in, so I'm going to do that now and then head to Steve's.
In with the washer bottle. This is simply a reverse of the process you watched me do earlier in this video. 2 pumps and some electrical connectors later, we can now refit the engine covers. If you made it this far in the video and you've not yet subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the notification bell to make sure you stay up to date with all future videos on this channel.
In a box.
50 mile an hour on a dual carriageway. It has no power. It's horrible but amazing at the same time. I'll catch you guys at Steve's. Once more on the ramp at Steve's unit for more exhaust work, and it turns out Steve had a lot more to do than just turn some flanges. With a lot of measuring, cutting and welding, Steve managed to use my Gravity Performance pipes to create a custom header back system. If I'm being honest, I would have been completely dead in the water if I didn't have Steve to bail me out of this, so I know you're watching this video, thanks Steve. It's the next day and we're back at Steve's unit because unfortunately we ran out of gas yesterday, so we couldn't finish all the welding. Steve's currently welding up the jobs that he started yesterday. Then we're going to get these mid pipes done, get it all welded up to the rest of the car. We're not having the resonator in this car because it just doesn't fit, it's a bit too big. So it's going to be straight through with some sports cats all the way to these back boxes. We're going to crack on with that now and I'll catch you guys when it's done. I tried to chip in where I could, but really this was all on Steve. However, there was one thing I could do, and that is fit these new tips to give the exhaust that bit of extra aesthetic wow factor. And there you have it, a custom exhaust by Steve at Brackley Sports Systems. Just like that, the exhaust system is done. Big shout out to Steve from Sports Systems Brackley. He has done an absolute blinder of a job, basically making a complete custom exhaust for this car. It wouldn't be a proper exhaust video if I didn't show you the before and after. So here is before any work was done, completely stock 330 Ci. And now the stock exhaust with the M3 back box. And finally, this full system using Gravity Performance headers, Gravity Performance sports cats, and a full custom catback system. Other than the noise, I think the new tips are my favourite part of this system. They stand out a lot more than the old tips and they just completely finish this exhaust and the look of this car. Now the car sounds like it should, it's time to make it look like it should and make it even more my dream E46 build. If you didn't catch the last video, we put a full CSL conversion kit on the front of this car. That's M3 wings and a CSL front bumper. Make sure you go check that out in the top right hand corner now. And in the next video, there's going to be even more bodywork modifications to this car to make it that dream build. If you like the content, you like this video and you want to see more videos, make sure you go check out the playlist on my channel. Make sure you like, subscribe and leave a comment down below. Let me know what you like, let me know what else you want to see, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is
my slightly modified E46 330Ci, and in this video we'll be installing an M3 GTR bonnet, E36 style M3 wing mirrors, and a few other bits, including a present from a company I'll tell you about in a minute. If you haven't been following the build or you're new to the channel, here's what we've been up to so far. Oh, and to address the elephant in the room, my voice is like this because I've got tonsillitis, not because I've had a heavy weekend. Let's hope voice over me sounds a lot better. Thankfully, I do. Now, so far in this build, we have cleaned and installed some absolute barn find Recaro bucket seats from a Corsa VXR, put angel eyes into the existing headlights. Me and Dean then fit a brand new fiberglass CSL front bumper, along with some genuine M3 front wings that I refurbished myself. And now, let's not forget about the best mod we've done so far, the full exhaust system with the M3 exit that sounds like this. That's how the build sits currently, and now it's time to crack on with installing these new E36 style wing mirrors. Now this, as I said, is an E36, not an E46 style wing mirror. E46 doesn't have the two stems where the E36 does, and in my opinion it's the better mirror. So we're going to take this off. Hopefully I don't have to remove the door card. I may have to do, but we'll find out. So I'm going to take this one off, put this one on, and yes, it's electrics. I do have to wire it in, but it does mean it's going to work with the OEM electrics. Here you can see me remove the wing mirror cover, where you have to pull it out and then pull it up to not snap that bottom clip. Then unbuckle the wing mirror to try and find these wires. Annoyingly, I think I'm going to have to take the door card off because the electrics lead down here. I was hoping I'd be able to pull the electrics out enough to unclip them, but I don't think we're going to do that. With this being the first time I removed the door cards, I found it to be pretty simple. Like any older car, especially an older BMW, there were a series of bolts followed by a series of clips holding the door cards on. I simply undo the bolts, not forgetting the one behind the airbag badge. Then I pull the door cards, trying not to snap any clips as I do so. With that being a success, I found the wires that I could simply unplug and set free. I then need to mount the new mirror to the new mirror bracket and get that put on the car. After a lot of faffing around, I managed to find 3 cables that worked with a lot of cables that come in there, and we now go down and up. Haven't figured out how to go left and right, but for now I'm leaving it because I've done enough. I hate wiring, and I'm going to get somebody properly to look at it, maybe get Dean to look at it. He's a little bit better at wiring than me. However, we found up and down, so we're going to leave it there, put all this back together, and then compare the new to the old wing mirror. To put the door card back on, you simply line it up roughly where it needs to go and just pop those clips back in, making sure all the clips line up and they all pop back into place. Then you can put all the bolts back in and make sure that airbag badge goes back over where it should go. So there we go, that is one side done. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. It is carbon style, which is obviously not real carbon, but they were quite cheap, and this is a budget build. And if we move over to the passenger side, that I obviously haven't done yet, and compare it to that, this is a lot more early 2000s, which obviously the car is early 2000s, but I think the aggressive look of the M3, E36 M3 style is so much more aggressive and suits this build. And with that being said, I need to get the passenger side done, so I'll catch up with you guys when that's on and show you the finished product. That is the E36 M3 mirrors all on and done and finished. They were sitting a little bit goofy, so I had to go back, undo them, put some spaces in, and now they're sitting much better. A lot more aggressive, and they suit this build perfectly, especially with the GTR bonnet that's about to go on and what we've got in store for the next video. It's now time for a couple of fixes and that present from the company I told you about earlier on in the video. In the video where I installed the wings and the bumper to the car, I noticed on my drop links I have perished rubber seals, and that's not good. That can get weather in there and start to rust them, and they just basically become no good. So a company called Bavinci have sent me out some new drop links for the E46. Bavinci sell loads of parts, from engine upgrades to performance upgrades, aesthetic upgrades, and even suspension and suspension components like these drop links. This is not a paid promotion, so I can pretty much say whatever I want about the product, and I think it's safe to say these are much better than these, which these are also aftermarket. They're better than stock because they're adjustable, but if you can tell, these ones don't have rubber around them to protect them, which means that they've just got movement all over the place, whereas the Bavinci ones have a proper rubber seal and they are solid, so they're going to do the job just right. I want to give Bavinci a big shout out for sending me these drop links, and if you use my code here, TD11, you'll get 11% off their entire range of products. So make sure you go check them out in the link in the description, use the code TD11 and you'll get 11% off. Now that all the drop links are done, it's time to replace this boot trim, which holds the button and also the lights for the number plate. This one has been broken ever since I got the car, so whenever you open the boot, it's a pain in the arse and it just pulls out. So I don't want it to break anymore, time to replace it. This is a very simple fix and quite a common fault with the E46, as the plastic holding the trim is thin and can break over time. It's simply 4 Torx head screws and an electrical connector holding this on. Once I have the old trim off, I better wipe the 23-year-old dirt away before reinstalling the new trim that's supposed to be a direct fit, but we find out it's not quite that simple. Luckily, the electrical connector is plug and play and all the electrics do work, however we find out this. This does have the 4 holes in it, however these are the only 2 holes that line up, but with that being said, it's pretty solid at the side still, so it's not going anywhere. And seeing as you press the button there and pull it up, I think it's all good. Now it's time for the main event. Let's get this bonnet on. First things first, we need to unplumb the washer jets and pull out the electrical connectors connecting them to the car. Next, we need to remove the hydraulic struts from the car, as the new bonnet is fiberglass and the struts are just too strong for the lightweight bonnet. This is as easy as popping out a clip and pulling off the struts. Probably 13 to 10. Always 10. Oh, it's not. That's odd. 11 mil. That's right. To remove the bolts from the bonnet, you need an 11 mil socket. To make this a one-man job, I leave the top bolts in. That allows me to slide the bonnet off the hinges. If you made it this far in the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit that like button. It massively helps out the channel. So that's part 1 done. The bonnet is off, I've unplumbed it and obviously unbolted it. It's now time to measure up the new holes for the new bonnet, because that has no fixings in whatsoever. It's just a plain bit of fiberglass right now. So looking at the old bonnet and the new bonnet, they've both got the same mounting points here. So I'm probably going to get some masking tape to measure that, measure the holes, lay that over there, and it should give me the perfect fit for the holes. There's a little bit of adjustment, but I do need to get as bang on as I can just to make it as easy as possible. Like I said, I use masking tape to create a template, making sure I cover the entire mounting area. I then cut the tape down to the size that I need and use a Sharpie to draw around the mounting point. This is going to make it much easier to line up on the new bonnet. Next, I mark out the holes so I make sure I drill in the exact place needed. Now, while I've been measuring that up, I have put this on, and that's just a little sneak peek of how it's going to look. I think it is so much more aggressive. Wait for the vents to go in, wait for it to be mounted properly. This thing is 10-10. Now it's time to transfer over the masking tape, get the holes marked up and get them drilled. Luckily, the mounting point was the exact same size, so drawing this out made it perfect to line up. We then used a drill bit to start the hole. We used a bigger drill bit to make the hole bigger,
and we moved on to our favourite thing, riv nuts. That allows us to use the standard hardware to remount this bonnet.
Now that's done, holes are drilled and the riv nuts have gone in. However, because it's really thin, I did make a mistake. I may have gone through the fiberglass just a little bit. So that's going to need repair, whether we fiberglass or filler. That's very annoying. But hey, time to get this on there.
In the same way we took the old one off, we're using to put this new one on with the top bolt staying in and sliding that into the hangers, then securing it with the bottom bolt.
So looking at the body lines, this is not too bad down here, but goes quite wide up there. And this is a little bit tight and also goes a bit wide up there. So I'm going to pull this out a little bit. Does need a bit of adjustment. So I need to buy some aero catches as well, because the standard bonnet latch is not going to work on this. It's going to make it a little bit easier and also look a little bit race car. I do also have some vents to go in. This come with the bonnet and it's got vents, but I need to cut them out. There's just no holes in it, so it's not going to let any air out. I'm going to I'm going to tape these on and I'll show you guys what they look like, so you kind of get the finished effect, and I'll see if my kidney grills go in too. And before any of you start hating in the comments, it's obviously not going to stay like this. This is demonstration purposes only. I've decided I'm going to wrap the car. Once I've picked a colour and picked a wrap, and the wrap's on the car, then these will go on properly. But obviously, like I said, I need to cut them out anyway, cut the vents out individually, and then stick it to the car after it's been wrapped. I've just realised something. My kidney grills aren't going to fit. These ones are much bigger than the stock ones. I was just about to take these out, and you can see here, I don't know if it shows on camera, especially distances, but these, my stock kidney grills cover pretty much this circumference here, and this is a lot bigger than this. So I'm gonna have to measure them and see if they're on another spec BMW, and hopefully they've come on a different series of BMW that fit those specifications. If not, there's no chance I'm getting kidney grills, and I don't know what I'm gonna do there. So that's a pain, but hold out for the next video where I will hopefully have an answer on that. Seeing as we can't fit the kidney grills, it's not all bad. We've got one more thing to fit, and that is the BMW badge. We've got to drill the holes, and the holes have to be perfect or they're not going to line up. So I think I have an idea. The theory is, put a dab of polish at the bottom of these, and it might be hard to see because this is white and has some whatever that is on it anyway. But dab of polish on the end of these, and imprint that onto there, and that should give me my mark.
This is critical, as once I've drilled these holes, there is no going back, and nobody wants a wonky BMW badge on their car. Wish me luck.
Now, the moment of truth. I think I've smashed it. That is pretty good. So there it is, guys. The E46 style M3 wing mirrors on, along with the M3 GTR bonnet. Like I said, we are going to wrap this car, so let me know down in the comments what colour you want to see this car, or what colour you think is best for this car. I've got a few in my head, but I'd like to know what you guys think. If you made it this far in the video, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and trust me, come back for the next video, because it is a big, big video that you don't want to miss. So that's all from me. I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is my high mileage BMW E46 330ci. And in this video, I'll be installing a Pandem style wide body kit to this car. For years, I've had these pictures of an E46 wide body on my phone. So now I think it's time I built my own.
In order to create my dream E46, this is what we have done so far. Retrofitted colour changing angel eyes, replaced our M3 interior with Recaro bucket seats from a Corsa VXR, removed the stock exhaust for D-Cat headers with a full M3 exhaust setup including sports cats. In the last video I installed E46 style M3 wing mirrors along with an M3 GTR bonnet. So now you're all caught up, let's get on with the widebody. I start by taping up the car with masking tape. This prevents me from scratching the car when attempting to install the kit. It also happens to bite us in the arse later, but we'll get to that.
I'm not emotional, I haven't cried for days. I run and pays it, I'm so fine.
We've now got all this side taped up, it's time for a test fit.
When lining up the kit for the first time, I quickly realised it's not quite right.
Now, it's safe to say this is obviously a cheap kit from eBay and it's fiberglass, so it's never going to match up perfectly. And looking at this, we are going to have to make some modifications. This line doesn't match up with here without it touching down here, so we have to cut something down there. That line doesn't make up, so probably time to get the Dremel out.
Wanna get close, but you go to sleep.
Well, that wasn't ideal. The Dremel blade snapped, so I think we'll go angle grinder.
So out comes the angle grinder to make some relief cuts so I can try to make this kit fit a little better.
Call for emergency, who can waste my time? I get you, I can't stop spiraling. It's in your head, so apart, but you're fine. You're so fine, yeah. Tell me how to live and let it go.
So I've cut a relief here. See if that gives us any more clearance. I might have to go a bit further up here. We'll test it and see. Still no good, so I'm going to keep cutting and testing. I'll get back to you when we have a bit of a better fit.
Like I said, it's a cheap kit from eBay, so there was no expectation for it to fit perfectly on the first try. And as you can see, it did take a fair bit of trial and error just to make it sort of work. After getting it somewhere close to where it needs to be, I tape the kit on to help me line it all up. So there it is. Anxiously, I put the first of many holes into my car. I used self-tappers to hold the kit in position as a temporary measure. This also gave me a pilot hole for later on when I mount the kit properly.
From you losing me, but I just couldn't give it up. And all the times you said you wanted me, when you know we don't get along.
Right, just finished screwing it all in with self-tappers, so I've not actually looked at this yet. I know it's going to be wide, but oh, right, comparing, look at that, look at those wheels, they are lost, and this is well close to my wall, but there compared that is just absolutely nuts. We need to, well, do a couple of things. We need to spin the car around, do the other side, which is going to be more of a pain because we've got the fuel cap to contend with. Need to put a ducktail spoiler on. This kit comes with a ducktail spoiler, which I haven't shown you yet. And I do need to cut the arch out. I need to line the inside of the arch. I'm going to use Sharpie to draw the inside of the arch, and I need to cut the arch liner, or the arch, actual stock arch out, and then get that welded up later. So I think I'm going to get the full kit mounted before I cut the arches out. I may cut the arches out another day, but at least I'll have the kit mounted. So I'm going to crack on with the other side, and then we'll leave the spoiler till last.
I'm so done looking for love so blindly.
So that is both sides on, and I've not had a look yet. I'm gonna let you guys have a sneak peek first. I'm gonna put the camera up and turn the car around, and do we come front with the bonnet? I think we come down the driveway with the bonnet forwards so you can see the bonnet and the wide body. That's what we're gonna do. So you guys are gonna see this before I do. No, I've still not looked. I've still not looked. Oh, I don't know if that was the best move because you can't tell that much from here until you start moving around. Now, I don't know what you guys saw. I'm gonna show you. So, you guys saw this view. You didn't see wide body. Ooh. Those wheels are gone. And the full effect. It's so stupid. I'm going to turn it around in the drive so it doesn't look like it's a monster truck, because from here it looks horrendous. So let me turn it around.
Time to start removing the stock lip spoiler to make room for the ducktail.
So I've got the majority of the sticky stuff off. There's still a bit, but it's going to be covered up anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Now I need to pull the badge off, as simple as that, and get this spoiler on. Gonna need help. So I've asked my girlfriend to come out because I need to glue that on and tape it because it needs to be pressed into place. So I'm hoping I can tape it around the boot after I've glued it. So I'm going to put the glue on now, wait for her to come out so we can tape it and hopefully it holds.
End of the day, you like me, not too far from the tree. And if you had a son and you were sick, you pushed for his dream.
A big thanks to Jay, as without her this would have been a lot harder. I'm sure you'll see more of her in the future.
Thing that you love and the ones that love you, just live your truth. Cause to me you're living.
So we've got a couple of bits that aren't perfect, i.e. down the side here, don't know if you guys can see that, and this corner, probably the same the other side. So we can always use some fiberglass filler, and I think the plan is, I was speaking to Dean before, Dean works with fiberglass, so I think what we're going to do is fiberglass filler this entire bottom edge, because again that's sticking up. Filler that, sand it flush so it's almost moulded in, so it's kind of my own version of a CSL bonnet, bumper, boot, CSL boot lid. Likewise with the body kit, it's definitely not perfect, it's far from perfect. So we've got areas like down here where there is a huge gap, a couple of areas where there's small gaps, but we can get these filled in anyway, that's not an issue. And then around the fuel filler cap, I mean it does open but not fully, it does open enough to get fuel in, so that's not an issue, but it's not fully open. It hits a bit up here, and also we've got gaps down there. So it's far from perfect, but like I said earlier, it is a cheap kit. I now need to mark out and cut the actual stock arches, so I basically don't have all that arch underneath there, so you can't see anything. It'll allow me to lower the car as well, because obviously these are a bit higher. You see this arch is much higher than that arch, so I need to cut out the stock arch so I can lower the car and then get wider wheels. So it'll be a few days for me before I do that, but I'm going to skip to that now and show you guys that process. It's been about 2 weeks since I filmed that last clip and I've made a little mistake. The plan is today I'm going to cut these arches out. The wide body arches are obviously on, which you saw just a minute ago, but the stock arches are still in place, and I left the masking tape there so I could draw, make a line and make it easier to cut out. Annoyingly, over the last 2 weeks it's got hot, it's got cold, we've had rain, and that has made the residue from this tape stick to the car. But the show must go on, and if I'm honest, this is the most daunting thing I have done to this car. Pretty much everything I've done so far is reversible. Yes, I've drilled holes in the car by putting this body kit on, but with a little bit of body filler nobody would know. However, cutting out these arches is going to be the point of no return, and that is scary. I've done plenty of modifications to cars throughout the years and nothing to this extent. I've never taken an angle grinder to my car to cut out a body panel. But I've got a vision for my dream E46 build, and to reach that we need to cut these out. So I'm going to cut open the arches now, show you guys the process, and hopefully it all goes all right.
So this is it, the start of the point of no return. I've prepped the panel by removing the wheel arch liner. This will save me destroying it, although I'll still have to modify it later.
Going round and round, it's a trampoline stay. Oh, it's like I never run out of breath, and I don't
I then use a Sharpie to mark out my cut line before removing the kit, ready to make my first cut.
be bonafide. Girl, you got me waking.
Now it's time for the point of no return. Wish me luck.
Tastes like someone never get enough.
And just like that, there's no going back. It's full send time for the biggest build I have undertaken.
Just wanna be your.
So that's the first bit done. We need to obviously go deeper and get this done and then get the arch out. So go deeper because it's not quite penetrated all the way. Oh, there it has. This is scary, but it's going to be worth it.
Why are you so goddamn cold? Tell me why, 'cause you know this ain't no love. So can we just be bonafide? Girl, you got me waking up confused, lost in time. Every moment tastes like someone never get enough. Summer sugar kisses left behind, and I don't wanna.
And there's the mistake that I told you about earlier with the residue. That's going to be fun.
Painstakingly, I removed as much of the tape as I could, but that residue is definitely stuck on good. Note to future self, don't leave masking tape on a car left outside.
'Cause you know this ain't no love. I want you to be.
I then finished cutting the top skin of metal.
Girl, you got me waking up confused.
So there's our second skin. Ordinarily what people do is fan these sections out, bend them up and weld them to this, but we're not going to do that. What we're going to do, advised by Steve, if you haven't seen any of my previous videos, Steve is basically my exhaust fabricator and he's a great fabricator. What we're going to do is get a new piece to weld from here to here. So he's going to fabricate a new piece of metal so we don't have to fan it up. There's less cuts, less likely for cuts to fail or our welds to fail, and hopefully should be stronger. In his experience, it's better and stronger and a bit easier. So we're going to cut that out, mount the kit again, but we are going to mount the kit properly this time, which means drilling these holes out, putting in some riv nuts and mounting the kit properly. Then do the other side, take it to Steve, weld that up, rear section done. Just need to get the wheel arch liner back on. So let's do that.
So on we get with more cutting to fully open this wheel arch.
I've been alone too long. Gotta learn how to walk with my shadow. I've been so low in my lane till you showed up out of nowhere. Damn, now I got a halo. So keep up, I'm saying, but they praying I keep up. Don't let up on me. I know you're waiting so patiently.
Now I know there's probably going to be some of you in the comments saying, oh, that's a rubbish cut, oh, he doesn't know what you're doing, get off an angle grinder, but I don't care. My project and it can be sorted out, plus it's all going to be hidden. So I know Steve's going to clean that up. He'll use a sanding pad, which I don't have, otherwise obviously I would do, but he'll use a sanding pad and he's going to weld it up anyway. So for now, I'm going to spray a little bit of primer on it just so it gets protected, because it's the UK, it's probably going to rain between now and next week when I go to see Steve. Wang some primer on it, put the arch back on, but before we do that, we're going to have to drill out the holes to put the riv nuts in, and yeah, we should be good. I'm probably going to drop the suspension down a little bit as well, because this has raised the arch, so I want the wheel sitting a bit better, although it's 50 foot inside. Here you see me using my brand new Christmas tree drill bit to open up the holes to 10mm to accept the riv nuts. I then had to rinse and repeat this for every hole. I then apply a coat of primer to the exposed metal. Steve's going to have to grind this off anyway, but at least it's protected until then. Now on with squeezing these riv nuts to tighten them to the car. And finally, the holes on the kit were extended to 6mm. They had to be smaller than the ones on the car, otherwise the bolts would have just gone through the kit and it wouldn't be held on. So the arch is cut out, the riv nuts are in, and we've made the holes bigger in the wide arch to accommodate the new hardware. Yes, it is annoying, as you can see. I've tried to get rid of some of the residue. I've ordered a toffee wheel, that should be here tomorrow. I'm going to use that. If you don't know what a toffee wheel is, it's basically a rubber wheel you can put in your drill, and it takes away all adhesive and doesn't damage your paint. So I've ordered a toffee wheel, will be here tomorrow, that'll be sorted. But time to hard mount this body kit.
Why'd you even call me up?
So it's time to start the final assembly on the driver's side using the proper mounting hardware. This will give us an idea of how the kit looks without the stock arches protruding through the wide arch kit.
Bro, I could use a bam, 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 but it's not from you, cause I'm not that hollow. Baby, let it be. You could try to sweet talk
Back on with the modified wheel arch liner,
only.
then the wheel, before lowering it to get a final look.
The driver's side is fully done, and I think it looks so much better. I think you'll agree, it is a lot more aggressive, and obviously with the masking tape gone, there's a little bit of residue left, as I mentioned earlier. But I've ordered a toffee wheel, that'll come tomorrow, that should get it all off, no issue. The other issue is that we have a monster truck fitment right now. We need to drop the rear down massively. We are going to get new wheels, but either way, it needs to have new fitment. So I'm going to crack on with the passenger side, and when I get the toffee wheel, get rid of that residue.
It's now a matter of rinse and repeat. Draw the cut line, unmount the kit, cut the arch, and remove the tape.
Trying to convince me of the shit, but it didn't work on me.
So this side, fortunately, is not that bad for the adhesive left from the masking tape, but this was not sat on the sun and rain side. That side got a lot more sun while it was sat there. However, what we've got is a toffee wheel, and the toffee wheel is basically a rubber wheel that gets adhesive off paint and glass and should leave no marks and get rid of all the residue. So, first time ever using it, let's see how it goes.
So I learned as I used the toffee wheel. It basically gets hot and thins the adhesive. This then allows you to wipe off the excess, but just be careful not to leave the hot wheel in one place for too long.
So verdict, does the toffee wheel work? Yes, however, a bit of persistence is needed, and also I wiped it down with some spray. I just used some rapid dirt shifter from Demon Machine, whatever, and a cloth, and I managed to get most of it off, or all of it off. However, don't use it on plastics, as on my bumper I've managed to take a score out because the toffee wheel does get quite hot. So if you use it on plastics and leave it there a little bit too long, it's just going to burn it away and make a gouge like it has, well, here. So yes, the toffee wheel is good. It's a little bit quicker and a little bit less elbow grease than the old school way, but also other things like sticky stuff remover, still quite good.
Your shoes, I've done everything you've asked
Just like I did on the other side, I drilled the holes out on the car to 10mm for the riv nuts.
Your shoes. I've done everything you asked, but I wasted time.
And then the holes in the kit I drilled out to 6mm.
You're just cool. I swear anything's.
There she is. We have successfully installed the rear Panda March kit and the ducktail spoiler. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think of this kit so far and how it looks on this car. Next, we need to go see Steve so we can get these rear arches welded so we don't rust from the inside out and keep everything watertight. We also need to play with the suspension because currently we're riding like a monster truck. So unfortunately, that's where we leave part 1, but be sure to like and subscribe and come back for part 2 where we've got plenty of work to finish my dream E46 widebody. So that's all for me. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Welcome back to part 2 of rebuilding my dream widebody E46. If you didn't catch part 1, click the link in the top right now to go catch that video. If you did see part 1, then here's a little recap of what we've done so far.
In the first instalment of building my dream widebody E46, I received and measured up this Pandem style widebody kit. This involved modifying the kit as it's a cheap eBay special, albeit not a bad one once all things considered. I then used self-tappers to mount the kit to the car. This also gave me pilot holes to install riv nuts later on. The next task on the list was to then cut out the stock arches. I have to say it was a daunting task in the build up, but once I cut the arches out I realised it wasn't too bad and it could all be sorted or hidden anyway. It was then time to hard mount the kit using riv nuts and proper bolts. Oh, and let's not forget about that spoiler. Jay helped me install and secure my CSL ducktail spoiler.
So now you're all caught up, it's time to get on with part 2. I left you in the last video saying that we need to get the arches welded on the rear of this car and get to Steve's unit. However, before we do that, there are a few jobs we need to do so we can legally drive this car down the road. A few videos ago, I installed this M3 GTR bonnet, but it had no latches and no grills. Fortunately, thanks to this comment, we've got grills and they are from a facelift E46 instead of another series of BMW like I originally thought. However, that means we still need latches and I've gone down the route of aero catches. So let's skip to that now so I can legally and safely drive this car to Steve's unit. Now they're quite simple to fit. It's literally put a pin on the chassis underneath the bonnet somewhere, probably around here, and then we've got to find where that touches, drill through, draw around, and it's quite simple. I'll show you the process now.
Here you see me line up the pins with where I want to mount them on the chassis to see if they meet up in a suitable location on the bonnet.
I think the hardest bit about this is finding the location. So we've obviously got to make sure it meets up on the chassis point and somewhere that looks good on the bonnet. I want it to go on this body line here somewhere, and that's probably the best place I've found for it. Looking at it from here, I think it works. It goes quite well with the body line. Obviously I'm going to angle it right. Just need to make sure that that location either side I can drill through on the chassis and then obviously make it work through the bonnet. So let's have a look. So the place I've chosen is here, and there's already a rivet there which is holding on this bracket that holds on basically the headlight structure and other stuff. But if I drill through the rivet, this bolt's going to hold the bracket anyway, so I don't think that that's an issue. And I feel like that's probably the best location, because up here is going to be a bit too close to the vents, or doesn't quite fit, or I can't actually get under there to put the bolt on. So I feel like I'm going to try this out and see how that goes.
I start by using a punch to give an accurate drilling point, then I use my Christmas tree drill bit to create holes for the bonnet pins. Once the holes were the right size, I put the pins in, but they were a bit fiddly to tighten the nuts. I found that holding the nut and screwing the pin in was the best solution. Now one side was done, it's time to do the other.
So now we've got both pins in place, it's time to mark them up on the bonnet and drill through there.
Out comes a Sharpie. I lay the bonnet on the pins and mark up where they sit to give me my drilling point.
Girl, I want, girl, I like you, so me want. Girl, I want, girl, I want, girl, I like you, you like me too. Girl, I want.
I then use that marker to drill my initial hole from the bottom.
So me want, girl, I want, girl, I want, girl, I like you.
Now, if that works, these will go through. If not, okay. We're on, they're at an angle, but we've got to cut around that anyway, so that's not a major issue. What we'll do that one goes through. Cool. Now I've never done this, I'm just simply winging it. So next, I feel like we need to put this on it where it's going to go. I'm gonna get some masking tape so we can draw around, but that is ultimately where it's gonna sit. Let's tape it up. Don't worry, I've learned my lesson with the tape. It's not staying on. I'm going to mark this up and it's coming straight off. I'm not dealing with that again.
Using the masking tape, I take my Sharpie and draw around the aero catches to give me a guide of where to cut. Then out comes the angle grinder to make the initial cuts, but I end up moving on to the Dremel so I could be more precise and get the curves I couldn't achieve with the angle grinder. And just like that, the aero catch slides into place. Now time to secure it to the bonnet. This involves drilling holes in all 6 points you can see here, cleaning off the fiberglass dust, refitting the aero catch, and using the screws that come in the kit to screw through the bonnet. The annoying part was that to hold the nut on with long nose pliers to be able to screw the aero catches to the bonnet, but we got there in the end.
So that is the aero catches all done, and they're not quite perfect because I got them from AliExpress. They are just cheap Chinese 3D printed stuff. So in order to pull the pins all the way back to take them out of the upright pins, you need to basically push it with your finger. That means the mechanism doesn't work properly, so you need to get a screwdriver in to pull it back. So I will be investing in some proper aero catches. These were cheap, trying to save a bit of money, but clearly in this case it didn't work out. Now that the aero catches are on, that's massively helped me out with the fitment of this bonnet, because the bonnet was sat a little bit too low before we put the aero catches on. However, putting the aero catches on has meant that I've raised the bottom section up, but the middle section is still a little bit low. What I've done on this side is I've moved the stopper, which is normally about here underneath the bonnet, and I've installed it here on the wing. That means that the wing is now sat perfectly level with the bonnet. And when we compare that to the driver's side, there's still a bit of a lip here. So what I need to do is take that bung out of there, install it in about here somewhere, and raise this lip up.
Here is a stopper I mentioned, and it simply unscrews from the car. I then copy the design of the original stopper hole by drilling out the same size hole, using my angle grinder to create a slit, and then using my screwdriver to bend the pieces in the slit to allow the stopper to be screwed in. It wasn't perfect, but you could see from this shot here that it wasn't far off, and it worked just as good. The only thing left was to screw in the stopper and see how it fits.
Every step we take, we're turning the page. We feel I'm out of my cage, feeling all the rage. We used to talk, but now
and as easy as that, it is level and done. So now it's sitting perfect. No longer is it sitting lower than the M3 wings, which obviously the stock bonnet did. All we need is the aero catches, the proper aero catches to get rid of these cheap 3D printed ones, and the bonnet is done. Now the aero catch is on and secure in this bonnet, we could safely drive this car without the risk of the bonnet flying up. That leaves us one more job to do before we head to Steve's unit to get these rear arches welded.
You eagle-eyed viewers who watched the last video might have seen that there was a big gap where the rear of the body kit meets the side skirts.
This is because the kit is designed for an M3, not a 330M Sport like this, meaning that the side skirt profiles are slightly different. So I've managed to pick up some genuine M3 side skirts in hopes to close the gap. So let's see if the side skirts fit and we achieve the fitment that we're after.
First things first, I need to remove the trim clips holding the side skirt onto the bottom of the car. Then I can simply pull the top of the side skirt free from the top clips, making sure to be careful to hopefully not snap any of the clips. Fortunately for me, this has either not been off before or whoever did take it off was careful, because all of my clips were intact.
Like an empire, building towers and breaking heights. You want it to be her.
That's one off, time to get the new one on.
The process for refitting the side skirt was the reverse of what I've just done. However, to make it easier, I put two clips in the bottom, one at the front and one at the rear. This held the side skirt on whilst I pushed the top clips in place. Then I had to go back underneath to fit the rest of the bottom trim clips.
Now, I'm not expecting this to be perfect, but it's not half bad. Damn sight better than it was.
I then had to install riv nuts to the new side skirt so I could bolt on the kit to hold it in place.
Now that makes all the difference in the world. Let me show you the before and the after. So on the passenger side, you can see we still have this huge gap there, which just makes it look like this isn't the right kit and it just doesn't fit for the car. But if we come over to the driver's side, you can see this massive difference. Look at that fitment now. Like I said, I've decided to wrap this car, so the colour isn't an issue because we're going to wrap straight over it anyway, but that's made a massive difference and now it actually fits like it should to the M3 car. I'm just going to fit the passenger side and then I'll catch back up with you guys in a sec. Now the side skirts and the bonnet are all done, it's time to go see Steve and get these arches welded, finally. So let's hope nothing falls off because this is the first time of driving the car since everything's been put on. Fingers crossed. So, successful first drive. We're now at Steve's unit and the bonnet didn't fall off, thankfully, and the kit didn't fall off, so we're all good. Time to get in with Steve and get these arches welded. So Steve is a man who has seen his fair share of wide body kits, and what do you think of the kit, Steve, so far? Quick look.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Yeah?
Yeah, not bad at all.
And my installation, all right?
Yeah, you've done a good job for someone who's never done it before. Yeah, you've done an all right job.
Give me out of 10 score, honestly.
I'll be good. I'll give you a 9 because
I'll take
you've done really well.
I'll take that. Bear in mind it's a cheap eBay kit as well.
Yeah.
Obviously we've just fit it up roughly at the minute. I've got to get a bit of rubber seal round, close off a few of those gaps, but I'll take a 9 out of 10. And the cut job, Steve, I know you've got a bit of clean up to do.
Again, yeah, you've done an all right job. There's a few bits that are a bit iffy up here, but
yeah.
Again, if you'd have done a 9 out of 10 on that, I'd have been pleased. But that's about it. I'll give you an 8 on that one.
Yeah, I'll take an 8. I mean, it's not my forte. I was a bit of a BMW butcher, as somebody in the comments said in a previous video. But I'll take an 8 out of 10. Perfect. Right, so while Steve gets that done and welds all that up, I'm going to mess around with the suspension so we don't hopefully look like a monster truck once it comes down off the lift.
God knows when these coilovers were installed. So the first thing is to use some penetrating lubricant on the bottom bolt holding on the rear damper. Using the impact wrench made light work of these bolts, and just like that the whole rear suspension assembly drops down, leaving me just enough room to lever the lower suspension arm and pull out the spring and spring adjuster.
Locked in at first sight. Tell me, is it wrong to feel this right? Super effective, you're just my type. City like blood.
Now over to the bench. I used the vise to hold the spring adjuster so I could lubricate the threads in hopes to loosen off the collars in order to lower them down, ultimately lowering the suspension. Then it was simply the matter of reinstalling them in the same way I took them out. Whilst I was lowering the suspension, Steve was busy grinding down the driver's side arch ready for welding. He then uses pieces of sheet metal to cut out rough shapes to weld in and fill the gaps.
So this is the shape we've got now. And this is going to sit in here. And what we'll do is we'll tack down here and up here, and then we'll roll this bit round.
Nice.
Into there and weld down the back of there, and then we'll go up.
Yeah, same process, following it all the way up then.
Yeah, just follow it up. Do it in sections, because obviously if we tried to do it in one it'd be really difficult.
Yeah.
So we'll just do it in sections and we'll just overlap them.
Perfect.
Plan.
Leaving Steve to cut and measure the sheet metal, I crack on with lowering the passenger side rear suspension exactly how I just done the driver's side.
So that was quite easy. Suspension is now as low as it can possibly go. Hopefully it gives us a bit of room to breathe. Hopefully it's a bit too low, which means we can come up a bit and have a little bit of room, because these are obviously not the alloys that we're keeping with. So suspension's done. It's now just getting Steve to weld the arches up and see what she looks like. It's a bit hot, isn't it? Please don't burn my car down. Didn't catch it, but Steve set fire to my car. There's a bit of insulation. Yeah, well, there's a bit of insulation just behind the arch, and obviously it got hot, so he tried to remove it beforehand, but it's just caught a little bit. At least it's not behind the panel this time.
Yeah.
Right, Steve, I think I'll leave it there for you to crack on with.
Yeah, that's fine, mate.
I'm going to go to the gym and I'm going to catch up with Steve tomorrow once he's got a chance to do this side and obviously do the other side. So I'll catch up with you guys next time I'm back at Steve's unit. Stevie boy.
Hello.
How's he looking?
Alright.
Wide as always. So just finished the gym and popped to Steve's unit to see how he's getting on. The arches are all welded. He just needs to sort out a blowing exhaust. So I'll show the arches now. We'll check the wheel fitment out now, and I'll come back tomorrow to get the car from Steve permanently.
I'm superstitious, but it doesn't have to do with me.
It's been a few days and we're back at Steve's unit. Unfortunately, Steve has left because he's had to rush off for dinner. It is Friday night, I can't blame him for that. But Steve has done a cracking job. As you can see here, he's welded up the arches fully, both sides, and cleaned it all up with some seam sealer and a bit of paint, just to make it look that little bit better. And as you can see from this angle, the car sits so much better now that I've lowered the collars. However, it does still need to come lower because this kit is very aggressive and sits quite high compared to the stock car. So what does that mean? I'm probably going to have to take the collar off of the unit and actually sit the springs straight on the unit that the collars are on, and that then allows me to sit it a little bit lower, probably get an extra inch or so. Plus I've secured some wheels you'll see in a later video, which should also make a difference to this fitment. Now, as far as the wide body goes, we've obviously not done a wide body install in this video, but we have done all the admin for the rear kit to get that finished completely, and obviously sorted out the bonnet as well. But where does that leave us? That leaves us at the end of part 2, where you guys need to come back for part 3, because I'm just about to receive the front half of this kit. So come back in the next video to see me install that. I also want to say a big thank you to the over 300 of you that subscribed and over 12,000 of you that watched the last video in the first 6 days of it being released. It's absolutely insane, and I cannot thank you guys enough. To that end, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you hit the subscribe button, like, comment, and I'll see you guys in part 3 when we put the front wide body on this car.
I see you standing there, I just wanna get out of here with you. Oh, baby, I'm with you. Oh, baby, with you.
It is finally here. I don't think there's any secrets as to what's inside this box, so let's run the recap and get this box open. So far in this mini series of building my dream widebody E46, I modified and installed my rear Pandem style widebody kit. Then I had to cut out the rear stock arches to achieve the correct fitment to fit the rear wide arches. This is scary. Because I cut the stock body, I had 2 skins in the rear arch. This means I had to get my fabricator Steve to weld the 2 skins back together, whilst trying not to set my car on fire. But before I could drive to Steve's unit, I had to secure my M3 GTR bonnet with aero catches. Finally, I installed genuine M3 side skirts to sort a gap issue I had at the bottom of the kit. That's what we've been up to so far, so let's get the rest of this kit unboxed and installed. I've been waiting for this box for about 4 weeks now, and I've just got back from work. It is here. I am so excited to see the front half of this kit. Right, so unlike the back, there was 3 pieces to the back, there should be 4 pieces to the front. So we should have 2, I'm guessing there's 2 in here, front pieces for down here. Don't know if you can see that in the box, down here. And 2 front fender, front wing pieces. Now, this is from the same place I got this bumper from, as well as the rear half of the kit and obviously the ducktail wing. So, the quality is decent, the packing is decent. It does take about a month to get here because it comes from Poland. However, I think it's Dark Side Developments, I don't know. Links in the description to the kit that I got. There'll be a couple of links because obviously I bought them separately, but you can buy it as a full kit as well. No, this isn't sponsored, I wish. Catch. So this is the passenger side, and just like the rear, it's black, so it's going to look not too bad when it's on, but we do need to get this car wrapped ASAP. So I'll get that one out and we'll test fit it. Literally couldn't write this. I've just got back from work and it's been alright for the last few hours. I've got everything out, I've positioned the car ready. You can probably hear it, it's moist to say the least. So hopefully this blows over. If it does, I'll crack on with this today. If not, you guys obviously catch me tomorrow where it is due to be a bit nicer, but I do see a bit of blue in the distance, so we'll see. Fingers crossed it passes. I just want to get the kit mounted today. Ideally I want to get the whole thing done, but we'll see. Whilst I'm waiting for the rain to die down, I just want to mention that a massive 92% of people watching have not subscribed to the channel. So if you haven't already, please go down and subscribe to the channel. It massively helps me out, helps me bring bigger and better builds to you guys, and helps me grow as a channel. So if you haven't yet done so, please go down and press the subscribe button. try that one again. The aim for right now is to get this piece mounted on here, and it's a bit more awkward than on the previous, on the back, because this piece, we have two pieces that need to mount up to match up with two different body panels, and the other one was just one piece to two body panels. So I think the plan of action is to get this mounted first, and then we can line the little piece for the bumper after. So let's crack on with that.
There are several body lines that I need to match up when placing this kit, so it may look fairly easy, but it's definitely a job that requires precision.
To try and explain to you guys what I'm trying to do right now, basically we've obviously got the vent, and that needs to match around the vent. We've also got this body line that needs to match up. So we need to go a bit higher. Then we need to match this trim piece, this body line, and also get the front bumper piece to match up here and on this front top of the fender. So we've got a little bit of play, a little bit of movement, but it is fiberglass, it is quite rigid. I do feel like the rear, we've got an inside lip on here, which doesn't match up properly. I don't want to get rid of as much of this as I did on the rear, so I think I'm going to cut a relief in the corner and see if it's got any play to move out, but if I need to cut some off, I will cut some off. So that's the plan of action. Also, I'm not using masking tape, main reason being I've already refurbed or reconditioned this panel. Obviously it's not perfect, it's just been primered, so I can always re-primer it. I'm not too fussed about it getting scratched, and I should be able to draw on this to cut it out and still be able to see it. So unlike the black panel, I wasn't able to do that, plus I was a bit more cautious about scratching the factory paint. This is much less of an issue. I think I'm going to go straight ahead and put some self-tappers in to hold the top in place, and then we'll line up the sides.
Once again, I line up the kit as best as I can so I can hold it and screw in some self-tappers. I start with a mounting point above the vent as it is in the corner and still allowed me to pivot the wide arch to line up the rest of the kit. Which is a good job, as I guess it's a little too late at that point anyway. I then continued to line up the kit and mount it with the screws until I had it attached at every mounting point.
She said, hey you, isn't it funny?
This section at the bottom needed a little pushing in, and I ended up securing it under the side skirt.
You must be lucky, I reply, you can take me high.
When test fitting the bumper section, it also needed some modification to fit flush. All this means is getting out the angle grinder and trimming a little bit off.
Think I'm gonna break the ceiling, I just wanna keep this feeling.
With this bit now trimmed, I was able to line it up properly and get it screwed into the bumper.
Baby, you can take me. It's a small world in a big town. What are the odds I get to talk to you right now?
There it is, the kit is done. I say done, obviously I need to put the riv nuts in and drill them out properly. Also, this goes in here, this is that way. The indicator, so there is a slot for that I need to cut out. So that needs to go in, which was a little bit of an indicator actually for me to line it up. Originally this was pushed down here and that never would have gone in. So I managed to go back straight to these vents, decent gap around there, lines up here, that lines up. Obviously we're hidden all down here, which was, what was that? Nope. We're hidden all down here, which is a good thing. I'm probably going to have to bolt these two together just to keep them from having that little lip. But the inside of all that is pretty much good, pretty much covered. Just need to cut that out. That's done.
I did notice once I'd hard mounted the kit that there was a section of the side skirt protruding from the bottom. This was made more obvious as the side skirt is blue, however I have a temporary solution to hide it that I'll show you guys later in this video. Annoyingly, I can't cut it out as that is the sill and it forms part of the structure of the car. I have an idea of how to hide it in the future, but we'll have to get to that in a later video.
So what's next? We've got to properly mount the kit with the riv nuts, but before that we're going to cut out the arch. So I'm going to draw around here, figure out where we need to cut the arch out and get out the angle grinder. Then we'll mount the riv nuts, put the proper hardware in. This side is done, it's then on with the passenger side. So let's get to do that. But before any of that, like I did with the last video, I'm going to compare this completed side to that side that hasn't had anything done yet. So let's have a look at what this kit looks like. Now that's the front on from the front angle, and just seeing that rear stick out, that's just insane. Comparing that again round to here, full view to the full view. That is just so sick. The dream is coming together. Like I said, I wanted to do this build for the longest time and I'm making my dream a reality. It is coming together, we're almost there. I need to get the other side on, I need to get this car wrapped, I need to get wheels, and she is very near complete. So let's crack on and get this side finished, that side mounted, and see what it looks like finished.
And that's exactly what I did. Out come the Sharpie, and just like on the rear, I used the wide arch as a guide of where to cut. One thing I haven't shown is my camera died. When mounting the kit, I secured it under the side skirt with screws. This is why I got the jack out to take the kit off.
And just as we did on the back, we're going to cut around here, and we don't actually need to get this welded. As I said, this is a single skin, the back was double skin. However, I don't actually need to remove the wheel arch liner because it's not the stock, well, it's the stock wheel arch liner for the car, but it's not an M3 wheel arch liner, so it sits a few inches back anyway, so I've got room to cut this and that's not going to be an issue. Down here I'll just be a bit mindful, but we're good to go. I'm not going to cut into the bumper, going to cut just along this line and just in here so we don't actually affect the structure of this wing. Let's give it a go.
Once again, it's time to get the angle grinder out. It was much less daunting this time round as I could easily replace this panel if it all went wrong, but also as I'd already done it on the rear.
Picture perfect lives, imaginary worlds, heavy cloud of minds. I think I'll pass on that. When did this get so important?
Just like that, she's cut. Now I do need to obviously seal it like I have before with the same actually paint that I've used for that. I'm going to do the inside of this and probably spray the front bit of this so it hides it a little bit more until I find a permanent solution. Now I am going to say this isn't the final rendition. What I am going to do is order a sanding disc because I need to clean this up a little bit. There's some sharp edges, and if I order a sanding disc that will get rid of all the sharp edges, so I will respray it after I've done the sanding disc. However, because it might rain tonight and between now and getting a sanding disc, I will spray it just to be safe, prevent any dust. Rust, not dust.
Before painting, I clean the surface. This gives me a much better chance of the primer sticking to the surface and protecting the panel. Now that the panel is painted, I can drill out the mounting holes to 10mm for my riv nuts.
Space is within us all. With my supersonic watch, adventures ahead. A supersonic watch spinning in my head.
Then I use my new ratchet style riv nut installer to squeeze the riv nuts in place.
That's what they said. It's supersonic. I watch, really? Just watch.
The only thing left now is to drill the holes out on the kit to 6mm. This gives me the clearance I need for the M6 bolts.
Just watch, just watch, just watch. It's only for tonight, and it'll be a guide.
Now let's fit the kit.
And on goes the kit for the final time in this video to hard mount it properly.
It's supersonic. Twilight, a new surprise as we spin in the night into the light. No time, just an ocean of light. Hold on to me tight.
So now the full kit is mounted. I'm going to get the Dremel and cut this hole out to try and make room for the indicator. Then it is done. So I put a self tapper in there, tech screw in there to hold these two together, so they're solid, and that gap, that fitment is perfect. These are all in. I'm happy. I'm well happy with this kit. I can't actually. It's turned out so much better. Oh, something in my eye. It's turned out so much better than the rear, and I'm well happy with the rear. Only thing is this, but that's covered at the minute because I've sprayed it black. You don't notice it as much. That's my only problem area. Other than that, let's get this out.
Hold on to me tight with my supersonic watch. Adventures ahead. The supersonic watch.
Cutting out the hole for the side indicator was probably the most annoying part of this install so far. I cut and tested the light several times before conceding to the fading daylight. Hopefully I can sort this out tomorrow when I have more time to visit this, as it's not the polished look I'm going for, and it makes the whole kit look 100 times more cheap.
Just watch, just watch, just watch. Supersonic. It's only for tonight, and it'll be a guide, and I will be.
Not forgetting a quick sweep up to get rid of any metal shavings to stop them from going in my tyre.
Now, the only other thing I'm cautious about is the same with what we had on that side, dropping the suspension down because it is obviously higher. We've had to cut the arch out, which means that it's higher. So if we drop the suspension down, well, we're going to have to drop the suspension down. It's just how high we're sitting. Not too bad, but not great. So we are sitting a little bit higher than stock, and also a little bit higher than what we were when we put the M3 wings on. So that'll be sorted out in a future video, probably when I get the wheels. I don't know if I'll bother with the fitment until I've got the wheels and just do a one and done. You saw me cut out around the indicator. That's not ideal either. I thought the indicator was going to sit in the kit, but it won't, because the way the kit's designed, it basically sits elevated. I can't sink it into the kit without doing what I've done, so I'm gonna have to pretty it up and look as best as I can, and hopefully that passes an MOT, but we'll see. For now, you can see the light is fading, so that is the kit done so far today, and I'll come back tomorrow. You guys will see me in a second, where I'll do the passenger side and get the full kit finished. Time for round two, and no, these wheels are not for the Beamer. I ran out of daylight yesterday and the driver's side is completely finished, so it's time to get the passenger side mounted.
Now, you guys have watched me do this once, so let's speed run this. As I did with the driver's side, I cut out a relief in the kit, mounted the wide arch with self tappers, drew my cut line marker, cut out the arch, drilled out the holes, installed the riv nuts, and mounted the kit. So there we have the full kit mounted. I need to take this side back off because I forgot to spray the underside with primer, so that's going to be subject to rust. So I need to make sure I spray that, and if I'm honest, I'm well impressed with this kit. I think that for a cheap eBay kit, it fits really well, especially the front. The front fits so much easier and so much better than the rear. I thought it'd be a bit more complicated because there's multiple pieces and multiple panels, but it's actually so much better than the rear. I don't know if it was a better mold, but I'm happy either way. So I need to cut out the indicator for this side. I am going to try and flush mount them in the kit somehow. I think I'm going to probably have to make the hole a bit bigger and glue it in, bit of Tiger Seal.
Other than that, I'm going to take this kit back off and spray it underneath, get it down, and I'll show you guys the full car.
I was not going to let this indicator beat me, and after many minor test fits and many minor adjustments, I managed to get the indicator mounted to the kit like it was meant to be there. I even got the most satisfying sound. A quick test to make sure the light was working, and a good job well done.
I think that fits pretty well. Now we need to do that on the driver's side. So what I'm going to do is move the car onto the drive so you guys can see it. I've not seen it with a full effect on the front yet, so you guys again will get to see this first, and hopefully it won't be as disappointing as last time, because last time we couldn't really see it, but now the front's done, it should look sick coming down this drive. Now tell me that does not look amazing. That thing is so wide. That is so cool. Oh. With a bonnet as well, that just absolutely finishes it. Get that rear arch in there. That is so sick. This is the dream absolutely coming to fruition. I can't believe it. That thing is, the front of the kit fits so nicely and was easy to fit. The lines are quite good. There's a couple of gaps here and there which again will fill out when I get some rubber trim to go around it, but that thing's insane. The mirrors, the bonnet, the kit is just I've made the right choice. On camera it looks stupid. Oh, best car, best project, best starter project for YouTube for sure. I hope you guys are enjoying this content as much as me, because I am loving making this build. Right, time to make the, I'll show you quick. So here is what it kind of looks like. Well, I was hoping I didn't have to leave it like on the driver's side. Obviously I've cut this out, but the blinker's in there and it just looks absolute gash. So around the other side, fits in OEM Plus completely. So now we need to obviously see me do that. I'm just going to quickly do it on the driver's side, whack that in, and hopefully get it fitting just as nice as the passenger side. And then she is done. I genuinely can't believe this. I need to get Jay out and show her this car. This is way better than I ever imagined. Come and see my car. It's so cool. You just come, no, don't look at it. Just come here. And I'll look at it.
She's wide.
It's so wide. It's so cool. It's so good. This kit is so much better than the rear. I mean, the rear was decent, but I barely had to make any modification to this. It's so fat.
It is fat.
So there it is, the full Pandem style E46 wide body kit is installed, both front and rear. And although there are several things that I do need to do, some of which including the wheel arch liners and the rubber trim, I think we are at a very good stage right now. I can't believe the transformation this car has come, and I can't believe actually the quality of this kit. It is from the same company I got the front bumper from. I will link them down below in the description. I got it off eBay, it comes from Poland, but the links to the bumper will be below and the links to the full wide body kit will also be below. Now we are in desperate need of a wrap and a colour change, so I'm not going to stick with black. I am definitely going to wrap this car, and it is going a different colour. I've got a couple of choices in mind, however I want to know what you guys think this car should be.
So let me know down below in the comments what colour I should go for and what colour wheels to complement that colour. Speaking of wheels, that is something else we desperately need, because both front and rear wheels are completely hidden inside these wheel arches. So that is on the horizon, stay tuned for that. If you made it this far and you haven't yet subscribed, make sure you go down below, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and leave that comment. Let me know what colour you think I should go for. That's all for this video, so I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is my Widebody E46, and although I absolutely love this car, there is one thing that has always annoyed me. It's pretty obvious that I have heavily modified this car, from the Widebody kit to stripping out the entire interior and replacing it with these VXR bucket seats. But something I've not really done is modify the way this car drives. Yes, the bucket seats do add to the driving element, and yes, it does have coilovers, but the one thing that's really annoyed me ever since I've owned this car is this gear stick. When driving, this car does have a normal throw, which is fairly long, and I would like to shorten that, but when it's in gear, it has a lot of movement. It wiggles around too much, and one thing that really annoys me is when I'm in fifth. If I stay in fifth for quite a while, just cruising on the dual carriageway or motorway, when I come out like that, it doesn't want to go into third, it just stays across at fifth. So I go into third and it's just a battle to get it in place, and it goes into fifth, and it really annoys me. That's where today's video sponsor, BMW, has come in clutch. They have sent us out this short shifter kit for the E46 that should solve all of our problems. Although Vivinci has sponsored this video, it is not a paid promotion, so I can tell you everything I need to tell you about this kit truthfully without me being biased. So if it's naff, I'll tell you it's naff, but I'm hoping this is better than stock. With that being said, I do want to mention this is very well packaged, and this does feel very nice, good quality, has a good bit of weight to it, so it should hopefully make a bit of a difference. I have never changed a gear selector, gear stick, whatever, short shifter like this, especially not on this car, so we're going to figure this one out together. I roughly know, I think, what I've got to do, but we'll see, and we'll figure this one out with you guys. To get access to the bottom of the gear stick, I first had to remove the trim surrounding it. That's simply held in with a couple of clips that's really easy to just pull out along with the gear knob. Then I had to undo 2 Phillips head screws holding in the next piece of trim.
Got what you wanted, money, faith,
After that, I can simply pull out the trim and unplug the 2 electrical connectors.
worth it. Paid a fee to flew overseas.
Then there's some foam to remove, which was in really good condition, making me wonder if anyone had actually taken this apart before, until I noticed, free money. That's right, we all love some free money. A quick hoover up to get rid of crumbs and dirt that has been there for God knows how long. Then I can remove this rubber weather seal that keeps the car weather tight. It was on there pretty good, and after some tugging I decided to get a little bit of lube to ease the rubber off the shaft. Oh, that made it so much easier. So this is not a one-man job. Dean has just arrived because he's going to have to help me bolt it in from the top as I'm underneath the car. We've now got the full gear selector stripped from the inside, so I'm going to have to go underneath and figure out where it attaches to and try and undo that. So let's jack this car up. This is not going to be the most dignified thing because I don't have much room. Oh, I can see the light. I can see the light. Give us a wave, Dean. So, yeah, I mean, the exhaust is right in the way. Oh, this is not the most dignified thing. Right, we've got the exhaust, we've got the gearbox just here. So just behind the gearbox, we've got the gearbox mount. There's a gap up here. You can see the light and you can see Dean. So I've got a little circlip just above the drive shaft, not drive shaft, prop shaft that I need to do. And trying to get around this heat shield is going to be a pain. You see the light coming through there? I've got a clip to do on the back of the gear selector there, so I'm going to try and do that now. Oh yeah, oh there it is, Dean. Shove it over into first. Oh, actually, shove it in reverse. All the way left and then up. There, that's the ticket. Right, I'm peeking you guys through the exhaust
if I can. There's a clip here that I need to undo, and it is just a push clip. I can't really show you much more detail than that. There, oh, there you go. So I need to push these two tabs off, and that should come off, and then Dean should be able to pull the gear selector out from there. So we'll give that a go. I'm not going to be able to catch this on camera though.
As you can see here, I tried to get it on camera, but unfortunately I couldn't see anything with the camera in my way.
So managed to get that little clip off, and now there's a little washer on there that Dean's going to try and get some long nose pliers on. To be fair, Dean, if we push that pin out, would that not come out anyway? That?
Yeah. Just don't know if that pin will go out.
Here, Dean is trying to use a thick screwdriver along with the gear stick to lever the gear selector rod free.
It's out.
Wonderful.
Oh, yep, it's out.
Then come the task of pulling out the stock gear stick. Trust me when I say this thing was in there good. Dean tried to look on YouTube to see how other people had removed this, but I had other plans and grabbed my hammer. Using the backside of the hammer to pull up on the gear stick, it popped right out.
Okay.
That's one way to do it.
That works.
Who needs YouTube?
Yeah.
Me. Subscribe. I need YouTube. Dino's got the kit there, so Dean, just want to show quickly this base plate. It comes with this base plate which has got a ball joint in there, and then the shaft goes in, so whack that in the shaft and we'll show how that builds up. So the shaft goes in there. We've then got a black spacer that keeps that on with this little twisty bit, and that is just like the standard gear selector but a lot shorter, hence it is a short shifter. So we need to connect that through where we just pop the other one out, and then this clamps it on from the bottom. So now our goal is that black piece for the base plate, this needs to go obviously underneath the car there, and then it clamps on. But we've got this stock gearbox bracket.
Now at this point I thought I was just needing to put the bottom piece of the kit under the car and bolt it onto the top. Little did I know I had to remove this entire bracket. As you can see from underneath the car, the bracket runs from where the gear stick sits all the way down to the gearbox and is held in with a retaining pin that you can just about see at the end.
Turns out that you need to take that little bar out that holds the stock gear shifter in. So I'm going to try and show you now how we're trying to do that. There's a little pin just there. If it zooms in, there's a little pin just there which I've managed to get a screwdriver on and pull it out, this little pin, and then that holds in this rod just behind here, which is that gear selector. So I need to try and pull that pin out, but I've just got no leverage down here.
Nothing.
Well, that was an experience. So this piece, I'm not sure if you saw from the top, the standard gear selector is in this circular piece here, and this is held on through a little clip onto the gearbox side, and that is held into a bushing the rear side. So that was a pain in the ass to get without dropping the gearbox, without dropping the exhaust, and without dropping the prop shaft. It is possible because this proves it. We've still got everything intact. So now that's out, I need to get underneath, put this plate on so Dean can secure it from the top and I'll secure it from the bottom, and basically this whole new hub replaces this, and that's what lifts it up and makes it a bit more short. Dean has just set this up. Basically, like I said earlier, this is the hub that's going to go on the base of the car. The standard position, this black piece goes underneath and basically clamps on to the skin of the chassis. So we've got the standard shifter here compared to the new shifter, and you can see from where the ball joint attaches, it's going to be much shorter. And it's basically just a carbon copy of the standard shifter, but a shorter version and much more, well, I suppose newer and better designed. Technology has come a long way in 23 years. We're going to shove this through, connect the rod with the clip that I undid at the bottom of the car now. Dean is going to be my assistant at the top and hold the bolts in here, and I'm going to put the nuts on from the bottom and clamp this on.
Oh,
so
they're nylocks as well. So.
Yeah, let's get to that.
Don't need any Loctite.
Finally, we can clamp the new gear shift assembly in place with me underneath the car and Dean inside the car. Together, we can tighten up the 4 bolts used for the clamping mechanism, but when attempting to put the gear selector rod in place, we ran into an issue.
So this piece that connects onto the gear linkage actually isn't the right size. It's basically the same size as the gear linkage connector. So I'm gonna have to drill a section of that out. I've done a little bit, I'm gonna have to go a bit more and go all the way through with a 10mm, and then that will slot straight on, and then we'll be there. Shouldn't be an issue. So I'm gonna do that now and catch you guys when we're installing the rest of the shifter. Is it going into gear? That's short.
That is short.
That's so short.
Oh yeah, we go.
That's crazy short. Ordinarily, I would replace this when doing a short shifter, but I don't need to do that because the way this is clamped on, this is irrelevant. So normally, I'd whack that back on to keep it weather tight, but I don't think we're gonna have an issue because of how tight this is anyway.
In the same way I took the interior trims apart, I refit them around the new gear shifter as if it was meant to be there from factory.
Cool.
It's so clunky though, which is cool. That's like a lot better than what it was stock. But even in gear, you still got that wobble.
Jesus, yeah.
So that's bushings down that end, probably not this end. But that's insane. And the feel is just so clunky. I need to take this out for a drive. Well, at least we've got gears. Try not to get the wide arches on Dean's van. Cheeky van. There's like no movement. Now we're going to have to get used to downshifting like that. There's nothing. That's cool, I like that. I love this car. I don't want to sell this car. I absolutely love this car. This might have to be the one that stays. Oh. It sounds quality. I'm well happy with this. I must say that it feels nice in your hand. That's nice to hold. It shifts lovely. It's so much more clunky than what it was stock. A little bit asthma. Shh. Nobody has to know. It's not on YouTube. It's so much better than stock. It's so much better. Obviously, it's a mile shorter than what it was stock, but it just feels more clunky, more direct. It's so good. Thanks, Bavinci. It is an absolute touch of a modification for this car. Dean's just having his lunch. Right, this shifter is so much better. It's so much more direct. Unfortunately, and this isn't a Bavinci fault or the shifter's fault, unfortunately it does still sit over to the right if you leave it in 5th gear a little bit too long, but that's just, I think that's bushings. It's an old car, so that might be gear linkage side, not shifter side. So that isn't fixed, but everything else is fixed. The throw is so much shorter. It is so much more direct. I mean, listen, it is clunky, and that's exactly what you want from a fast road car. Although it's not that fast, for its day it was a fast road car, and it just adds to the drivability feel of this car being phenomenal. So well happy with that. Thanks again, Bavinci. You've been a star with sending that out. If you guys want anything from Bavinci's website, use the code TD11. That's my code. That will get you 11% off their entire range. So thanks again, Bavinci, for sending out the short shifter and previously sending out those drop links. After living with a short shifter for a few days now, it is definitely night and day difference from what it was as a stock shifter, and I'm really enjoying the changes it has made to this car. It makes the gear changes a lot more clunky. Obviously there's a shorter throw, which is what I was after anyway, and it just makes it feel all round a bit more sporty, like a fast road / track car, and it is so much fun to drive. I definitely recommend anybody doing this to their E46, and if you want the exact kit that I've used, go check out the link below, check out Bavinci, use the code TD11 and you can get 11% off not just this short shifter but the entire range on Bavinci's website. Leading me on nicely to a big thank you once again to Bavinci for sending me out the short shifter and also sending me out the drop links I installed in a previous video. Slowly we are getting this car to a great driving point as well as looking like my complete dream car. To that end, if you enjoyed the content, make sure you hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. This is my Widebody E46. And this is my current head unit setup. And I was installing head units just like this in my cars about 15 years ago. So that's why I've spent over £300 on a complete car entertainment system with upgraded Alpine speakers, Apple CarPlay, wires and also adapters to go with it, along with some sound deadening too. Currently in this car we do have a complete stock sound system, and although this car's from the early 2000s, I like my technology from the modern day. There's nothing like having a bit of Apple CarPlay in an old car just to give you that modern touch but still get to drive a really cool old car. So by the end of this video we're going to have a full Apple CarPlay system and upgraded speakers just to make that driving experience a little bit better, especially on those longer journeys. Oh, and for those of you that are wondering about the wrap, it has been ordered. It is going to get delivered a week tomorrow, so stay tuned. I promise you the wrap video is coming. Some of you have guessed the colour in one of my previous videos. I think it was the Widebody part 3, so some of you have guessed correctly. I know you're going to love this colour and I think it's phenomenal, so stay tuned, that is coming.
First things first, I need to take the trim off from the dashboard. That allows me to get access to the screws that are holding the head unit in. Then I can take them off and start unplugging all the electrics that are holding this in the car.
The new head unit we're putting in the car is a double DIN screen. For those of you who don't know what a double DIN is, it's this. It's basically double the size of this slot. So that means we do have this in the way, and that is our heater controls. Now, I believe, I haven't done it, but I think this just pulls out. I don't think it's screwed in, and this also pulls out this little cubby. So we should be able to put the heater controls down here, because in some models of the BMW, the heater controls are down here because you can get sat nav, I think, and some better entertainment systems. This one's obviously not too high of a spec as far as that's concerned. So I need to get this framework out and also pull this out. So that sounded aggressive, but it's just these metal clips holding it in.
Now I can take the 4 screws out that are holding this bracket in, that held in the original head unit and also the temp controls. It was a little bit annoying to get out because it sits under the vents, but with a little pulling, managed to get there. After unplugging all the connectors to the temp controls, I can remove the original shroud, push all the connectors through to free it up and make some space. Speaking of space, it's time to get rid of this cubby and make room for the temperature controls to be moved down there. By moving the wires down and plugging them in, I can refit the heater controls to this bottom slot like they would have from factory in some other spec'd cars.
The new head unit comes with all of this wiring.
And trust me when I say I hate wiring, and I'm kinda useless at wiring.
Now I don't know what you are. Power, that's a big one. That looks like you. Right, something isn't right. Because the car's not on, but the screen's on. Something is wired wrong, but the old head unit used to do that too. I mean, that's cool. But why are you on? Right, that was an absolute faff, and whoever wired up this old head unit is an absolute mong. So, I'm going to unplug this now. there's nothing wrong with this Eon system unit, nothing wrong with it at all. I could see a little bit of damage to number 5 and number 9, and after doing some research online and looking for a wiring diagram of the E46 standard head unit wiring diagram, 5 and 9 give you your power. I think 5 was the remote power, so only when the ignition is on, 5 gives power, and 9 is the constant power. And I could see here, these all look ideal, perfect as they should be, but there was a little bit of damage to 5 and 9, and they've been swapped. Like I said, the old head unit used to stay on, but the beauty was you could just pull out the face and it would reduce it. But over time, the battery would go dead, so I assume that's probably what was doing it. I just never dug into it. Now I've done that, this isn't all plugged in, I've just plugged in the power, but now I've done that, the ignition's off. If I plug this back in, it doesn't turn on. However, give it a sec, it's on. So we have solved it. That's our power issues. So now it's time to get the rest of this plug back in and put it all back together and start with the speakers.
So it turns out that's not actually the right way to wire up this head unit. I've actually linked the light switch to the head unit somehow, so if I turn the lights off, the head unit goes off. Fortunately, the lights are on automatic, therefore the head unit is going to work, but do not follow this process. It's not correct. It just worked for me at the time and I thought I was an absolute genius. Turns out, like I said, I'm no good with wiring.
We're all good. Let's go on with installing these speakers. So for the front of the E46, we've got a tweeter, which is a little speaker up here, and we've got the main speaker down here. And the kit that I've bought comes with tweeters and main speakers. So we will be replacing both of these. We've had the door cards off, so I'm not going to show that again. However, I'm hoping this is a plug and play kit, because again, it comes with adapters and also comes with wires, so well, direct plug. So it should be plug and play to the E46 system. Fingers crossed, because that is a pain in the arse, and head units are always a bit of a pain. Nothing ever seems to be plug and play. However, I have bought sound deadening. Now, sound deadening should deaden the sound. It says what it does on the tin, but old cars don't have sound, or as much sound deadening as new cars. So when you shut the door, it sounds quite tinny. So this will go on the inside of the door, basically on the metal part. So it should help not lose some of the bass and not lose some of the sound out to the metal, and also shouldn't vibrate the metal as much. Should help with vibration, should help with even vibrate, can't talk. Even vibration when you close the door. So we're going to see if that makes a difference to the sound as well as the speakers. So I'm going to get the door card off now. Like I said, I've shown you it before, so we'll just speed through it, get this off and see what the situation is with the speakers.
And if you haven't seen me do this before, it is simply 5 bolts and a bunch of clips holding this door card to the door. So you simply undo the bolts and yank the clips to get the door card free.
And just like that, one door is removed. We're going to take this inside and have a look, because the lighting's better in there. Winter time, we're losing light. Whilst we have a little bit of light, I'm going to try and put some of this sound deadening inside here. Now, this is in very good condition and doesn't look like it's been touched in the past. So I'm going to try my best not to rip it. It is glued on, so I'm going to pull it out from underneath here, and I should be able to get inside the door. Might have to put the window up and be able to put some sound deadening on the door. So we'll give that a go now.
Now, this was quite a delicate process, but with my Stanley blade and patience, I managed to free the glue from the foam and start putting in the sound deadening to try and improve the sound quality on this car.
So you can see this is sound deadening from factory, which is tiny little bit, but I've managed to put that sound deadening up there and down there in that corner too. Bit dark, but you can just about see it down there. In the garage, it's time to get the door speakers on. It is obviously very dark outside now, but it's winter time. It's only 7 o'clock. So I'm going to probably get the door speakers done now and get the rear parcel shelf speakers done tomorrow, because these come with speakers in the parcel shelf from standard. So door speakers now, then we'll catch up with you guys tomorrow and do that and test out what it sounds like. So let's get that done. But I just I can't wait to get this car wrapped, man. Look at that. It's just so cool. Honestly, no matter how much I look at this car, I cannot get over just how wide it is and how cool it looks. Right, door speakers, let's go. It was at this point that I realised the footage has been corrupted, so I can't actually show you me installing this speaker and tweeter, but don't worry, in about 2 minutes you'll see me install it on the other door. Right, it is a few days later. As you guys saw, it got dark, so I stopped, and the weather's been terrible, and I've kind of picked up a new project, which you guys have already seen if you watch the channel. So I now need to move the BMW onto the drive, get the Mini off of the drive, so we can continue installing these speakers and see what they sound like. It's always dead. Ooh, I didn't even want to open that then. Oh, don't say you haven't got any battery. My jumper pack doesn't have battery. Ah! I don't have cables. Hey, I just got to charge my jump pack. The beam is dead, so let's move the Mini whilst the jump pack is charging. Whilst I wait for the battery pack to get a little bit more charge, I'm going to install these connectors to these speakers and get these speakers put in the back of the BMW in the parcel shelf. I can do that where it sits because it should be, once I put these on, take off the shroud, unclip and unbolt the original ones and put these in, reclip, rebolt, should be done, that simple. So I'm going to do that now, and then I'll move the BMW to the driveway, get the passenger side door speaker done, and then see how all the speakers and the new head unit sound all together. So let's crack on and connect these to these now. After unboxing the speakers, I simply used crimp connectors that slide straight onto the pins of the new speakers. I know this isn't the best method, and some people would say I should have soldered it, but like I said earlier, I'm not the best with wiring, so crimp connectors are perfect for me, and they'll do the job. Now, I don't actually know because I've not done this, but the kit also comes with these for the back as well, which I'm assuming we're going to need, but we'll find out. I've not actually done this before, I've not removed these, so I'm hoping that they simply pop up like so. Oh. Right. I may have wasted my money a little bit. Now, these have been done already, and I'm assuming that's the same. Oh, let me grab you guys. So, I hadn't obviously looked at these yet, and just to prove a point, these are my speakers, and these are the speakers that are in there already. They obviously have the same bit, actually they're a bit bigger, so they're probably better to keep. They have the same like dual, I can't remember what it's called, but the same second bit, the little dual tweeter that's on it. So they're bigger, they're probably better, so I'm going to leave them in. If they're not better, they're not going to be worse, they're the exact same speakers. I think they're the same as what I've got in the front, but with that dual tweeter bit in it. So that saves me a job, but is a little bit annoying because I've obviously paid money for these. However, I may be able to reuse these in the future elsewhere. So that's fine. I guess we'll pop this back on, try and get this on the driveway and do that front door. We have the smallest bit of charge on this and absolutely no battery in this because that won't even open. So hopefully we've got enough to get this thing started. I don't think that is the right signs that I'm looking for. in the spirit of not wasting any more time, I'm going to wait for that to charge even further so we can test it out, but probably just do the whole door speaker here instead. So let's get this off quickly. You guys have seen me do this before. You don't need to watch it again. I'm going to get this off, get this in the garage and put that new speaker in this, refit it. Hopefully the battery's charged, we can test it out. There we go, one door card. Let's get this in the garage, get the speaker changed over, tweeter changed over, back on the door.
After unbolting the old speakers, there's a plastic shroud that I need to remove. Then I can place the new shroud adapter in place along with the new speaker and bolt them both in place. After that, I use the same crimp connectors I've used a minute ago for the main speaker. For the tweeters, I have to cut the original connectors off and use a different style of crimp connector that connects wire to attach to the tweeters.
And just like that, we have this door done too. So, as you saw me do with the previous door and on this, we've got the tweeter that's wired into the original plug, and we've got the new speaker also wired into the original plug. I'm going to go fit this on the BMW door, and I think I've got enough charge for at least one start. So I'm going to fit this on the door, then start it, then I can test it and see how it all goes, and also make sure that those rear speakers work too. It was mainly the door speakers that were blowing and that were a bit naff. So those rear speakers should be fine, the parcel shelf speakers should be fine. So we're going to get this in and see where we go from there. Right, as you can see, lights fading, but we've got a couple of bars on the jump pack. So let's try it one more time and see if she wants to start. If she wants to actually open the boot first. Ready? She didn't want to. She did not want to, but she started. So hopefully you guys can hear me properly. Obviously I've got to leave the car running because we've got no battery. So I'm going to see if that side works and also test out with you guys in the car to see if it makes any difference. Here's a quick before.
Said and done for me, you'll never love me now, but you'll never know you got me so.
That is so tinny. Right, now let's test to see if that's working and to see what it sounds like. It is working. So I've done something right. Let's see, wait for that bass to kick in. Finally, we got there. This thing is so much better with a better sound system in it. I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear the difference on microphone on the camera, but it is night and day different whilst you're driving the car with the loud exhaust. So banging its chains is a bit more dailyable as a wide body car. But what's next for the BMW? I'm prepping it for wrap this weekend. I'm waiting for Mark over the next 2 or 3 weeks to give me some unit space. He's clearing out some space for me in a heated unit so I can wrap this car. The wrap is here and the colour is phenomenal, but you guys are going to have to wait for that video to see the colour of the wrap. Next is a video on the Mini. We obviously have the Mini now. If you watched my last video released on the channel, it's a Mini video. If you haven't seen that, go in the top right now and catch that video. But the next video is mods for the Mini, and that is coming strong out the bat with some great mods for that car. So I'll catch you guys in that video, and in a couple of weeks I'm going to get this wrap video out. Trust me, I'm waiting just as much as you guys are. I cannot wait. It's worth sticking around for. The colour is unreal. That's all from me. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another BMW video, and the BMW video that all of you guys as well as me have been waiting for this entire time. It has taken so long now to try and get some space and some time to wrap this car. However, that's what this video is for. We will be fully wrapping this car in the colour that I've not revealed to you guys yet in this video. There are a few things that we need to do before we start wrapping it, but the wrap is just in this box here. So I'll reveal the colour to you guys shortly, but for now I'm going to keep it a surprise. There are a few things that I need to do. First of all is clean this car, because this car has been neglected and just sat still for the last couple of months while I've been waiting for some space and time to be able to wrap it. So first thing is to properly clean this car. And when I say properly, I mean I've got to clay bar this car and everything, get all decontaminants off to give the wrap the best chance to stick. So that is first job of the day. Then I've got a couple of bits of rust, I'll show you. There's a couple of bits like here, just in the boot shut, where I think somebody's shut something in the boot, left it there as they closed it, and it's kind of damaged the paint, and over time that's got rusty. There's also a tiny bit just down here as well, so obviously the wrap's going to go over and touch that, so I need to sand that back as well and prime it, as well as sand back the section on the boot and prime that too, because I need to prime it so it's obviously protected against the water potentially getting under the wrap. It shouldn't get under the wrap, but just prevent it from rusting in the future. So they are the couple of jobs I need to do today. I also need to install washer jets. I haven't done that yet. The washer jets that come off this car I need to put back on this car, because in this bonnet there are no washer jets. You can see, you guys won't see, but in this little hump here there is some little indentations for washer jets, so I'm going to cut them out and put the washer jets in there. I probably won't put them in today, I'll just make the holes and sort of fit them properly, ready to take it. So then once it's wrapped I can wrap around those holes and fit the jets in and probably just glue them in. So that's today's job, being Thursday. So tomorrow I need to trailer this car down because it's currently out of MOT, so this car's going to get trailered down to my friend's unit, and then Saturday and Sunday I'm going to wrap this car with Dean. So I'm going to have a bit of help because this is the first time I have ever wrapped anything. Dean has done some wrapping but never wrapped a car. I do have plenty of wrap just in case it goes wrong. However, I will take you guys along this process because it's going to be a learning curve for me, but I won't stop until it is right, until it is looking good. So let's get cleaning, let's get decontaminating, and then let's get this car ready to be wrapped. Got the grinding disc out. I'm going to try and attempt to get rid of the rust that's on the inside of the door and also on the boot lid. So let's see how we fare with this grinding disc on this rust. Now that might not be perfect, but it is a damn sight better than where it was. So I'm going to do the same thing on the boot to get rid of that. Now that one was really easy to sort out, a light little bit of sanding with a bit of sandpaper and it's gone. So time to get it cleaned and then paint all the bits that I've just sanded, and then we'll move on to the bonnet and finalising that, and then it is ready for the wrap. I cannot wait to reveal the wrap colour to you guys, so stay tuned for that. I'm going to get this car sorted now and then down to the unit, and we are very close to getting this thing a completely different colour. Stay tuned, you will not regret it. So as I mentioned earlier on in the video, I'm going to clay bar this car. If you don't know what clay bar is, basically you take some quick detailer and a clay bar set, and you basically mould the clay or get it a bit malleable. It didn't break, we're all good. You basically mould the clay in your hands and get it a bit malleable. You spray the quick detailer on the car to give it a bit of lubrication, and then you just rub this against the car. No real friction. I mean, I'm not a detailer, but that's what I've done in the past, and it didn't damage the paint, and that's what I've heard people say. When you get a bit of damage on this, not damage, when you get a bit of dirt and contaminants on this, you simply fold it into itself, and it then is essentially fresh and clean to use for another round. So I'm going to use this to get rid of any contaminants on this 23-year-old paint, mainly just to give the wrap a better chance of sticking. That is so nice to see how clean she can be and how clean she is after absolute months of neglecting this car and months of it sat. I mean, it's been, where the Mercedes is there, it's been around the side of my house for probably 2 months untouched at this point, I think. And it just, I mean, I just fall back in love with this car. Every time I get it out, every time I clean it, the black is so nice. I mean, if I had paint money, I'd probably just paint it and keep it all black, and it's just wide black vehicle. It's just sick. However, it is not going black, and I do absolutely love the colour. I cannot wait to see it on the car. But we've got a few things that we need to do now, which is sort the paint. So I need to paint those couple of bits that I've sanded. I need to, I'll show you the bonnet. Looking at the bonnet, I've got a couple of bits like here and here that I need to fill and sand back, and same here, I actually went all the way through there, which is annoying, so I need to fill that as well. And down here there's a bit of damage, so I'll take the grill out and I'll use some filler on that too. To my knowledge, wrap doesn't actually stick to filler, so I'll probably have to spray that with the primer as well, just to make it, give it the best chance of sticking. Again, I'm not a wrapper, no idea. Just what I've heard, just what I've done a bit of research. So, Beamer is pretty much ready, so it's time to whack out the primer and get spraying. Now, I'm not too fussed about overspray because it's all going to get wrapped anyway, so I'm not really going to cover anything up. I'm just gonna try and be gentle with it. So don't hate on me in the comments if there's a lot of overspray. Oh, that hasn't turned out too bad at all. I mean, you can barely see it. You can kind of see the little overspray bits there on camera, but on camera looks great. In person, doesn't look half bad. That's a bit more obvious. But again, it's all going to get covered up. So time to turn the beam around, and this is my favourite thing to do in this car at the minute. Drive it forward down the driveway just to look at how wide and how low it looks from that angle. It's just the best thing. Do that, sort the holes out in the bonnet, and then it's time to get it down the unit. I just want to take an opportunity in the video to say, if you haven't yet subscribed, go down below, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button as well if you like the video, because we are so close now to 3,000 subscribers in the last year. I started this project in, I think I uploaded my first video December last year, and we have nearly reached 3,000 subscribers in that amount of time. So please go down below and subscribe if you haven't already. Every single time I look at this car from this angle, it's so wide, it's so good. Right, time to get these holes sorted out. Oh, and cut new holes for the washer jets. that is one completely done, and let me show you how it fits. Snug, absolutely snug. I am well impressed with that. Just need to replicate it there on that side, and that is our washer jets installed. Got the piping still underneath, but that's literally just slot the piping on. So almost makes it look like it's meant to be there, doesn't it? Right, I'm happy with that, so I'm going to get the next one put in, but I'll catch up with you guys at the unit on Saturday. Like I said earlier, I need to get this thing trailered down there tomorrow, being Thursday today, Friday tomorrow, and then Saturday morning, me and Dean crack on with the wrap. I cannot wait to show you guys the colour of this thing. Catch you guys on Saturday. So the day is finally here. It is finally wrap day, where the E46 gets a complete change of colour. No longer is it going to be Frankenstein's monster, it is going to be a one coloured machine. So, time to get to the unit. It's luckily left in the unit last night because it's raining, and it's been raining all night, so it's dry at least. I won't have to dry it off. Get to the unit, wipe it down, remove the kit, and start wrapping, and wait for Dean to get there because Dean is on his way to help me as well. It is 9:20 in the morning. Let's see how long this thing takes. So here we are at the unit. You can see that the car is inside and it is nearly ready. I've got a few prep bits to do. Also, I have to apologise because the business that runs out of this unit here has got an exhaust vent, so I don't think you should hear them that much, but there are exhaust vents there, so you can kind of hear air noise. Anyway, gonna get this thing stripped fully, and I've got a couple of bits to do. So I've got to sand down the filler jobs that I did, you saw me do yesterday. I've got to wipe the car down, strip the car down, and get it ready for when Dino gets here. So the car is about at that point, kit's all stripped, need to wipe some more panels down, but I'll probably do that as I go. However, it's about at that point where we're going to lay the first panel, and I think we are going to lay the roof first, because have you ever wrapped a car, Dean? You've wrapped stuff but not a car, have you?
Yeah, I've wrapped bits and pieces, I've just never done the entire car.
No, and I've never wrapped anything, so yeah, we're in for a fun day. But the colour, I will finally reveal the colour to you. Dean, can you come hold the camera, please? No. The colour, some of you guessed it in a previous video, is purple. I don't know how well this will show on camera, but in the right light, it is a twilight purple, which I believe BMW have done as a standard or like a sort of paint to sample colour, but it's a twilight purple, and I've got wheels lined up for it as well, but this is the colour that I've gone for, so I'm so excited to get this on, and let's just see, let's just get the first panel done and see how it looks on the car. But this is the secret that I've been holding. This has been in my garage for like 3 months now, and I've just been staring at it, waiting to get this on the car. So let's crack on, Dean, and get the first panel done. Let's start with the roof.
I leave the TV on, I'm done with your sad eyes. I can take another night with you on like this, so let's go. I'm sure you can take it. You've been crying over him for a lifetime, so if you don't mind, we will dance till it's way past late. Another course that we can fly with the baseline. I know. Boys be boys, ain't no excuse, babe. Now hey you, oh hey you, I know you can find someone better.
So it's a little bit ironic, really, because next door, maybe 2 units down, there is a company, Silverstone Wraps, that obviously says it in the name, they wrap cars. And and he'd probably be cringing if he was watching us do this.
Yeah, but we're skilled.
But yeah, exactly. We're skint. This is a budget build. This is a budget wrap. I mean, the wrap cost me like 600 quid, which I don't think is too bad at all. But when compared to somebody wrapping your car, it's like 3 grand. That's crazy. So 600 quid and a couple of retards giving it a go. I don't think you can ask for much better, can you? Well, then, right, we're cutting.
I suppose so.
I say we cutting. Are you cutting?
I suppose so.
Yeah, there's me like first cut.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like the idea of this. This is the bit I don't like.
Well, this is why we get Dean's to the first bit. You're going to go like along this sort of like back trim here.
Well, I'm going to go on the inner edge because then that will just top down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As in like, because you got the roof line here.
Yeah, you got the roof line and a gap
for the
then,
trim.
yeah, the trim.
So you're going to cut to the closest part of the trim, so we've got tuck down room.
Yeah, cut up against the edge of the trim. Yeah.
Oh, he's going with pace.
Yeah, fucking one bang. Probably get loads of whinges in the comments. I should do it like that.
It's almost like you've done this before. That's not bad. Right, get some heat on, and we've got little trimming tool bits like this that's basically going to push down once we've got some heat on. Hopefully. Like Dean said, we don't know much, but we know enough, and we're going to go post heat it after. I think it's like 90 degrees or something, but we don't have temperature gauges, so we are just going to wang it and just give it a go. So post heat it to make sure that the wrap sticks in the corners and in the little creases that you've made, therefore it doesn't peel up quickly, we hope. Time will tell, but that is the first panel nearly done. It's time to crack on and get the rest of the car wrapped.
You got me hypnotized, you make me realize, yeah. Just tell me, baby, who's up by your side? 'Cause every day and night, I'm about to lose my mind. We're like birds of a feather by design.
So, update with the bonnet. You've just watched me and Dean do infill pieces because we're not confident that the wrap will comfortably stretch all the way over at the widest part of the bonnet. So we've done this little infill piece that you can see here, and that means that you shouldn't see a seam because it's going to be right on the corner, and then when we lay the wrap on the full bonnet, it will then cover over that and you won't see the gap. That's the theory. Dean is currently going on the spoiler because the spoiler has some rippling, well, a lot of rippling. So Dean's just sanding that down because you're going to see everything through the wrap. Then we'll drop the bonnet, get that wrapped, and probably go for some lunch, I think.
Little mama, you a PYT, dangerous. The way you call my EYE, shorty bad, made me wanna hit the rewind. See you running back, I'm with you till I DIE. Baby, you could be my dirty Diana. You know I'm the only one that you really a fan of. Tell them other boys beat it. You are not alone, I'll be that long as you need it. So undefeated, you know I kiss but never tell. Oh, I just wanna take a chance. The way you move it gets me grooving on the dance floor. You know I wish upon a well and I'ma take you to
Back to the drawing board with that one. It's alright because we can reuse this piece with a boot or something. Well, actually, we may as well use it now because it's peeled. We'll
gotta use it now. Gotta use it now.
Yeah. Well, you live, you learn, and a bit too much heat, I think, from my end. I'll show you. We put a hole in it, so just here, the wrap has split completely. I was trying to get this crease out, but you can see it's too much heat. Actually, you can see from here, Dean, where it's stretched and it's burnt in the right lighting. So to save wasting this entire piece, I think we're going to clean up the bonnet boot. This is the part of the video where I start naming the complete wrong section of cars, and that's thanks to ADHD. Going to wipe this down, give us a proper clean up, and just reuse as much of this as we can to do the boot and the spoiler. Doesn't really matter. A bit of a bummer because we were making quite good progress on that then, but first timers and all that. So that is the boot lid, fully finished, fully wrapped, all tied in, cut nicely. I'm going to end up running bead of silicone down the edge of the spoiler. We've got a little gap kind of down here as well, which you can't really see because I can't take credit. Dean has wrapped it really well, as you guys have seen. Dean has done a lot of the work here, but at the same time he's leaving me soon, so I'm going to get my money's worth while he's here.
Doing this for free.
No, you did it for a Subway. We're going to attempt the bonnet again because somebody ripped it last time. So we'll attempt the bonnet again and hopefully we don't waste any more pieces of wrap because I did buy far too much. But again, it's wide body. I think it's about 18 meters what you need to do this kind of size of car. But I've ordered 23. However, I've got a wide body on top of that and any mess ups, which I've already made one or two. So we laid the bonnet flat this time instead of trying to have it up, and we're just going to see if we can do this without failure. It's 8 o'clock, 10 past 8. So, been at this for 11 hours. Well, I left my home 11 hours ago. And there's 3 completed panels. Oh, the joys. Right, I'm going to crack on. Dean's going to leave. So, we'll say thank you very much, Dean. You've been a massive helping hand. You're away this week, so you'll have to wait till the weekend to see it finished.
Yeah, intrigued to see it.
Yeah. I mean, it'll still be no fitment until the end of the month.
Can't wait to see what pickle you get in with the bumpers.
Oh yeah. See, I was hoping he'd help me out with the bumpers because you kind of had a plan with infilling like the grills and but I'm gonna have to say no more. I'm gonna crack on. I don't think it caught it because the camera died. However, I've made a massive boo-boo that I can't really afford to make. And that is this tear just here. Obviously I've measured out to do the whole quarter panel, and because I've torn that, there's no way that I'm going to be able to do that in one piece. I don't really want to patch that because I think it'll look rubbish and you'll see it, especially because it's quite high up. I don't know. I have a couple of options, and I think I might think on my options and do a different panel for now. I've got this massive piece back here, and that massive piece could potentially do both bumpers. because the height wise, if I split that in half, I think I could do both bumpers out of that if I managed to do the bumpers first time. So that's an option, and then I salvage that, pretty much that entire piece. And then I've got this piece down here as well, and that piece can do trims and stuff. I've got plenty of trims, or the side skirt or something. So I can salvage that, I think, a bit. So I'm a bit stuck. The other option, I guess, is potentially flip that over. Because I've got the section that I've cut out for the side skirt at the bottom, I could maybe flip that over and use that on the other side, but then I wouldn't have the side skirt bit at the bottom because that's what I've just damaged. So I think I might use that for the bumpers. Anyway, for now, I think with that setback, I'm going to crack on with what some people say is the easier panel, which is the front quarter. It's not big, gives me a bit of time to think, and also gives me a bit of time to get over that frustrating part. It's just so annoying. I just pulled it, and the top bit was stuck to the roof, and it just pulled straight off and broke. So, oh well, you live, you learn, and mistakes happen. So, not going to cry over spilt milk. I still got plenty of wrap left. I just can't really afford to waste a big piece like that. So, I think I'm going to get this wing done. It is currently, see that, 10 past 10, currently 10 past 10 in the evening on a Saturday, and I'm going to see how long it takes me to wrap this quarter panel single-handedly. So 10 past 10, I'm not setting a time limit, I'm just going to give it a go.
I was worried you blow my reputation, but I figured it's not on me. Yeah. The way you're making me shiver, your hands on myself, I keep pulling the trigger, alright. Just wear a finger for people like them. Oh no. Well darling, on my mind, I'm feeling so fly up in the zone now. I'm like a golden crown, whirling high up in the sky, oh. It's the way you make me feel so good right now. It's the way you make me feel so good, oh.
That is the front quarter completely done. I need to cut out the hole for the vent. I need to cut out the hole for the indicator as well. But that front wing is done, and I think that is, by the way, that's the first thing I've ever wrapped on my own. Yes, I've had kind of most of the day with Dean, watching Dean do bits and also doing a few bits myself. That is the first panel I've ever completed on my own, and I am absolutely buzzing with how that's turned out. So I've managed to get a decent seam all the way up, tucked it all in nicely, and even these have come out really well. Each of the riv nuts, they've come out really well. And this edge, tucked it all under, so it's all tucked in. Obviously I've heated it all so it's like tied itself back around the headlight. Now, I don't pretend to be anywhere near good at this stuff, let alone be professional at this stuff. So to be able to take my car and change its colour like this is quality. Yes, it's not perfect. Yes, there are many imperfections that me and Dean have made. I think that's one of the best panels on the car, but again, I think it's one of the easiest panels to do. So that took me about 50 minutes to do. It was about 10 past 10, wasn't it, when I started, and it's 11 o'clock now. So 50 minutes to do one of the easiest panels. What's next? I don't think I can get the wide arch piece on until I've done the bumper, so it might need to be the bumper. Really not looking forward to doing that piece. Do I split? I think I'm gonna split this into the bumper. I'm gonna give the bumper a go. I'm gonna split this into the front bumper. Hey, wish me luck.
It is day 2 of wrapping the E46, and not as bright and early as yesterday, 10:30. However, I've got another full day of wrapping here. Going to start off where we finished yesterday with a front bumper. We need to get the infill done on this little air ducting piece. Once I've done that, going to get the full bumper done. Then probably attempt, I think today's goal is this complete side finished. It's quite a task. I'm semi worried about running out of wrap. I do have plenty still, but obviously I've got the entire body kit to wrap. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, there's 4 big pieces and the 2 little pieces to do. So yeah, it is just me on my own today. No help from Dean, unfortunately. He did do a couple of bits before he left yesterday. Finished this piece off for me, which is the front sort of bumper piece. But it is just time to crack on and get this front bumper fully wrapped. Is the end of day 2 for me. I managed to do a few bits today, managed to get the door complete with obviously the handle as well, and near enough complete the front bumper. I have stuck the grills on and they are glued on at the minute, so they're obviously being held on so the glue can set overnight. That grill that grill thing, vent is in there as well. That's glued, so that's going to set overnight. That one's not in because I'm going to do one at a time, so that one can kind of sit and set, and I'll do that one tomorrow. So tomorrow is come back, finish off the front bumper. When I say finish off, all I need to do on the front bumper is trim the underside there. The underside is done. It literally just needs to be trimmed and stuck back. So do that and then crack on to get this side complete. I'm going to try and do the full car before doing the body kit because I'm semi worried that I don't have enough material. I probably will. I'm probably overthinking it, but I'm semi worried I don't have enough materials. However, it is 7:15. I need to go home and get some food because I haven't had much to eat today and I've neglected my girlfriend this weekend. So food time, and I'll catch you guys on day 3. Welcome back to day 3, and I've so far tidied up the bumper this morning and also come into the vent and the grills being fully glued in, which is nice. That is finally going absolutely nowhere. They're glued in too. I didn't do this side because I wanted the weight of the bonnet to sit on there, so before I leave today, that will go in. However, I've got until the school run and I still need to go to the gym, so I've got, it's 10 o'clock now by the time I've come in and sorted these bits out. So I've got until probably 1:30 in the unit today, so I can go to the gym, which is just next door, and then I can go get the school run done. So I'm going to try and tackle this rear quarter. I think that is achievable in 3 hours, he says, but
it's probably the most awkward and annoying panel because it's so big, going from the A-pillar and all that stuff. So yeah, also wrap check. Let's see how much we've got left. Right, so I have got plenty in there. I've got plenty of wrap in there, but I am also very aware that this is going to take a lot. Plus I've got the kit to do as well, and I only really had to think about 5 meters over what a normal car should take. The rear bumper as well, when I measured up for the front bumper, the rear bumper is longer because it goes more around the car than the front bumper does. So that's going to take more material. So I'm semi-worried, but there's only one way to figure out if I've got enough, and that is to crack on wrapping. So that's what I'm going to do now.
I've been alone too long. Gotta learn how to walk with my shadow. I've been so low in my lane till you showed up out of nowhere. Damn, now I got a halo. So keep up, I'm saying, but they praying I keep up. Don't let up on me. I know you're waiting so patiently. I've been on the way for long. Got everything into place. Only thing I'm missing now is seeing you face to face. Gotta tell you what you need to know. Tell you what you need to know. That you are all I want. That you are all I want. Please don't leave. Don't leave. Cause the time is running out. And our lives are running out. Please don't leave. I'll explain and show you how for you. All day, got me going insane. I parlay every second when I go into your lane. I need more. Limitless space, I'm out of my reach. You're too perfect, girl, you fit every niche.
That is the end of day 3. I need to call it a day there because it is currently 1:30. I've got the school run at 3. I need to go to the gym and obviously give myself enough time to get to the school. But today's progress is night and day. You can now see an entire purple half of this car, and it just gives the complete vision of what I'm going for. I still need to chase in bits up here, so that's not done. That's all sort of trimmed but not chased in. However, for somebody who's never wrapped anything, I'm buzzing. The lines here has all worked out pretty damn well. So more to come on day 4, probably 5, 6 and maybe 7, but we'll see how long it takes us to do the rest. This is, how long did it take me to do that? Maybe 3 hours, I think. 2.5 hours. No, I think it was about 10 I started that. So yeah, about 3 hours to do that. Anyway, I've got a long day tomorrow coming, so I will see you guys on day 4. Welcome back to day 4 of wrapping my E46, and I must admit, the moment I walked in this morning, just to be greeted with that, just puts a massive smile on my face. I have trimmed in all the edge pieces that I didn't do yesterday on here, so I'm well impressed, if I'm being honest with myself, at how well this has turned out. It looks so good, in my opinion, for somebody who's never wrapped before. And I had to do a little patch. You can see there's a bit of a patch job here because it tore, but again, that's just a little bit of inexperience. But to be able to do that and the side skirt all in one piece yesterday was an achievement, in my opinion. So goal for today is get the passenger side wide body kit on and wrapped. I do need to put the rear bumper, wrap on the rear bumper to put the rear on, but we'll worry about that later. I'm going to try and get the wide body kit wrapped today, so this entire side is finished, and all I have to do is the 3 panels on that side plus the 2 wide body panels. So that's today's goal. I've also this morning done this. I've wrapped around that just so I can put the body kit on, and all the little bits are done. So the only thing left is to wrap this wide arch kit and get it installed. So let's crack on with that now.
Cover my face with my hoodie on this cold road. Trying to break the bank till my pockets getting more growth. I know you see me coming up with these goals. Got me shows in the Gold Coast and hoes, but we don't post those. A young man living out his dream and then he goes home to pops having problems with his heart, and like he knows those moments that we got left for getting numbered. But he tells his son the world is in your hands, so you know he has to go pro. Make it a scene, give him what you believe. End of the day, you like me, not too far from the tree. And if you had a son and you were sick, you pushed for his dreams and wouldn't let yourself get in the way, whatever the means. I get it, I see it, but tell me, how can you choose between the thing that you love and the ones that love you? Just live your truth, cause to me you're living proof of what happens when you shoot to the stars and the moon. What dreams we may see, what may come and may be.
So that is where we leave day 4. I'm going to return tomorrow for day 5, where I know I said this today, I will aim to complete the passenger side. At this point, it's literally one panel. I need to do the rear bumper, so I don't know, I might do the rear bumper tomorrow and then get the rear panel done, but literally one panel to get this entire passenger side complete on this car. So this is how it looks for now. I just think it is utterly stunning, especially seeing it from this view here. The vision is finally coming to light and I'm so excited. I am so excited to get this finished and done. Hopefully by the end of the week. It is day 5 tomorrow of me being on it, which that is Wednesday. So it's like a week-long project to wrap a car. How people do this professionally, I don't know. Anyway, enough rambling. I will see you on day 5. Day 5 of wrapping my E46, and I think I've decided I'm going to do the rear bumper. I left it yesterday, as you guys saw 2 seconds ago, with the front arch on. I need to do the rear arch, but in order to put that on, I need to install the front bumper so I don't cover that up and have to take it all back off again. So, rear bumper, just say front, whatever. Rear bumper on. Then we'll do the rear arch, and that's the goal for today. Although I've given a goal every day and not achieved it, I think this one is achievable before the school run again at 3. Let's crack on.
On a run from my given disaster, speed away from the holy mind, pride. That's where I never thought it would matter.
I don't even know how I did that corner, because I struggled a bit on the front bumper and that's like one consistent curve. This should be easier because it's fairly flat, but this corner I am well impressed by. I keep thinking, I get to a bit and I'm like, there's no way I'm doing this. I just keep pulling and stretching and it just seems to go. So I'm well impressed. I mean, I still need to cut it all in, but really, no crease. How have I done that?
Jars and bottle jack, just me and all the red lights. Keep on driving and driving. In the heat from a hot California, I forgot how you look like in rain. That's why I never thought it would matter if I'm gone by now. All my weakness keep on lingering.
So that brings us to the end of day 5, and I'm going to call that a success. I've successfully wrapped the rear bumper completely, tucked it all in, trimmed it in, all around the rear diffuser there as well, rear valance, whatever you want to call it, and that is a complete rear bumper done. And although it's not complete, I've very nearly wrapped this entire wide arch there. All I need to do tomorrow is take the arch off and tuck in the edges, and that's done. It's all cut and ready. It literally just needs to come off and have the edges trimmed in. So I've achieved my goal for today and I'm happy with that. And looking at it from this angle, I cannot wait to get this thing out in the sunlight. I need to stop talking. I need to go and get my daughter from school, so I will see you guys on day 6. Day 6, and we are fully complete with the passenger side. So now the only thing left to do is the driver's side of the car, and we've got the entire side to do. So a bit of a longer day today. I've got a little bit more time to spend a little bit later here, so I think I'm going to go front wing, door, and see if I can get the rear quarter panel done as well. Probably not going to get the wide arch kit to get it done, but we're going to get very close to being done by the end of today. So day 6, quickly do quarter panel. I feel like I'm getting quicker. You'd hope I'm getting quicker after 5 days pretty much straight of doing this. However, see if I can do, I don't know, next couple of hours, front quarter panel, door, and see where we get with that rear quarter panel. So let's crack on. Where did you come from? How have I got a perfect thing to cut out? That makes my life easier, doesn't it? Apparently, somewhere down the line, I've pre-cut a perfect piece for the front quarter. That makes my life a bit easier and also makes it a little bit quicker. Wonderful.
I saw your face in a big crowd, and now it's all I think about. I've had some leads, but nothing found. A puzzle I can't figure out. I'm running circles and I don't have a plan. I've got myself stuck with an impossible task. Looking through my files and I'm checking the news. I'm trying everything I can to get back to you. I'm in pursuit. I'm in
So the end of day 6, and I told you I was going to get this side wrapped, which it obviously is. There's a little bit of trimming in to do, however, for the most part it is wrapped. Got a trim around the edge. I've done a lot of it. I've done sort of all around here, around the arch, trimmed in around the door as well. I've just got the side skirt to trim in and a little bit on the window to do there too. So the E46 is very nearly wrapped. I've got a couple of little trim pieces to do, and I've got the wide arch kit for the driver's side. So there's 2 more pieces of wide arch to do as well. However, it is Thursday and I've got family visiting for the weekend. So I'm not going to be in here until Monday back doing the E46. However, Monday I should have this thing buttoned up. So stay tuned for that. Obviously, I say stay tuned. You guys will see that in about 2 seconds. For me, I've got the whole weekend to do. So I'll catch you guys on Monday morning, bright and early, ready to get this car finished. Day 7 of wrapping my E46, and this is and will be the final day. I have 2 panels to wrap, which is the wide body, front arch and rear arch on the driver's side. Now, I've been in here already for a couple of hours or so, tidying up a few things. I've wrapped so far this rear section here, which is by the top of the front bumper, below the boot. I've actually done quite a decent job wrapping the inside. So that's where I did the rust repair at the beginning of this video. And the rust repair was down here. So I've actually managed to do a good job trimming all the way inside the boot line. So actually it's all hidden. The rust is kind of, the rust repair where I've put the primer on, all gone. I've also trimmed or wrapped the rest of the trims. So all the door trims along there, they're all done, both sides. So the only thing left to wrap is the arches. I've also trimmed in the top of the window all along there, and trimmed in around the bottom of the window, and I'm well happy with this. I have trimmed in well nicely around the fuel cap, and that's the fuel door is all done too. I've got this sticker. Now, Ratford are the company that I bought this wrap from. And what I'm going to try and do on the rear wide arch is put that sticker on it so you can see it through the wrap. So you won't see it, it won't be white, but it'll be like an imprint indentation in the wrap. And I think it'll be kind of subtle, kind of hidden, but also it's got the company that I bought the wrap from on there too. I'm going to try it out. If I don't like it, I can peel the wrap up, take it off. But I think it's a nice little touch. Last thing that I've already done this morning is wrap this section here. I'm not too happy with how it's gone around there. However, that section is wrapped ready to have the front arch done. So I'm going to do the front arch first, then glue in the last grille on here. That has been put in, glue in the grille, then we'll do the rear arch while that's setting, and I can get this out of Mark's unit so he can put his stuff back in here. So once again, a big thank you, big shout out to Mark. Let's get this car finished off, day 7, let's go.
I refuse to let a bad night ruin me, just doesn't get through to me. Even back then, getting stopped by the truancy. Posted with the bros and turned the bond into a mutiny. One of them and then we handled it brutally. Y'all not sick, you got immunity and lack the continuity. I leave them in the dust and stack bread cause I'm moving things. Speed reached a new high when I started removing things.
Now, that didn't take long at all. Quite impressed with myself if I'm honest, but you would hope so after 7 days of wrapping. Don't get me wrong, not 7 full complete days of wrapping. This is day 7 and I've done a few hours each day. So if I'd smashed it out, I could have probably done it in 3, maybe 4 days. However, that only took me about 20 minutes when the other side took me 50. So I've easily reduced my time by half at least. Now it's just time to take the panel off, trim it all in properly, tuck all the edges, and then put it back on for final fitment, then get the rear done.
Tell it like it is, so I'll be showing them the way. Living by example, put my life on display. Put me in the game, watch them make a play. Live a life for the day, sun shining through the gray. Ay, so I'll be showing them the way. Living by example, put my life on display. Put me in the game, watch them make a play. Live a life.
Finally, the final piece of the puzzle is done, and I didn't show it, but I did put the Ratford logo on. You can see, can't actually see that on camera. Kind of see it just there. I'll get a better shot of it and I'll put it in here. However, it is time to put the final piece on the car, and I am so buzzing this is finally done. It has taken me 7 days, like I said earlier, not 7 full days. However, it's taken me 7 days to complete this, and what a challenge. I can't believe, A, I've done it myself, it's turned out pretty good, and B, saved myself about 3 grand, I reckon. I can't get over the colour. I can't get over how much of a difference it's made this car from having blue side skirts, black car, white bonnet, and also a black, like a matte black white body kit. I need some wheels and I need to get this thing MOT'd. So let's get this on the car. I'll pull the car out and show you guys what it looks in the daylight, and we'll go from there. The BMW is finally back home and in one colour. I am over the moon with how this has turned out. I'm so proud of the work that I've put into this and how this car looks right now. I can't believe it's finally one colour after months of being neglected and sat on the driveway looking like a Frankenstein car. It looks so good right now, and even in the rain, it just makes me so happy to walk out of my front door and see this beast every single day. I hope you guys agree that the colour is unreal. I cannot wait to get some wheels on this car. I need to get this car MOT, and there's a few things I need to button up for the MOT, but make sure you guys stay tuned for that. If you like the video and you've made it this far in the video, make sure you go down below, like, subscribe, and I'll catch you guys in the next video where we look at getting some wheels for the E46. This is my wide-bodied E46. And this has by far been the biggest project I have ever undertaken, starting by cutting out the boot floor to fit the M3 back box that sounded like this. I then managed to get my hands on some barn find seats from a Corsa VXR to replace the M3 interior that came in this car, and with a bit of a clean up they turned out not too bad, and with some custom seat brackets that I made myself, they fit in the car just right. I then decided to modernise the E46 a little bit by fitting some colour changing angel eye headlights to run as DRLs, before finding some pretty tatty genuine M3 wings, so with a bit of a sand down and a lick of paint they turned out quite good too, and good enough for the future of what I needed them for this project. The next thing on the list was an M3 CSL front bumper. Now this one was aftermarket, but I was very impressed with the quality. Moving back to the exhaust, I decided to put basically a straight through system on, and of course you have to do the obligatory sound test whenever you install DCAT headers. I then decided that the car needed E36 M3 style wing mirrors and a more aggressive bonnet. So I took off the old one to install a GTR fiberglass style bonnet that looked like this. And now moving on to probably the most viewed set of modifications on this car so far, the Pandem style wide body kit. These are modifications that were quite daunting at first because I actually had to take an angle grinder to the car, but once I'd done it, it wasn't actually that bad and I was quite happy with how it turned out. Steve then closed up the gap by welding in some new material. I then installed some genuine M3 side skirts to complement the kit before tackling the front of the wide body, which was pretty much the same process as the rear, minus Steve having to do some welding. And this was my favourite part that I think you'll agree turned out so good. Moving on to the last few modifications to get to the point that we're at now, and that's installing a short shifter, Apple CarPlay, and finally wrapping this car and turning it one colour. Now this was the biggest change this car has ever gone through, and also probably the biggest task I've ever done modifying a car, but it turned out so good and I am so happy with my first ever attempt of wrapping anything, let alone an entire car. And that takes us to today, where I have to make the hard decisions on how to fund my YouTube channel. And as much as I've loved this build, regrettably now I am selling this car. It is getting picked up today, and it pains me to know that I've not finished this car, but if I'm being honest, I need to spend about £1,000 to £1,500 fixing this car. Not fixing it, but finishing it. That's wheels, that's MOT, a couple of little bits like a harness bar and a new harness and stuff like that to finish this car, to get it complete. And I'm not going to make that money back. Now, I know I never bought this car as a profit car, and I've lost a lot of money on it, but I've invested in my channel and in content for you guys. However, putting money into this car takes money away from the S5 project, and also is money sat there that I could put into new projects. So to that end, this car has gone today. It's getting picked up in about 3 hours. But with that being said, that leads to one thing: saying goodbye to this car and hello to the new project. That's right, we have bought a Caddy Maxi for the next project on this channel. It will run alongside the S5, however, we've got a new project to replace the E46. Now, this used to be an ex-carpet fitter's car, hence the lettering that's on the side. It did have massive vinyl stickers on here, but Dean helped me pick up the van, and you'll see here, he couldn't help himself but pull them off. Literally just got here to pick up the van, and Dean's already stripping the vinyl.
Doing good carpets, mate?
We've not even left the guy's place yet. It's literally that door there.
This is going to be easy to take all the stickers off. Look at that.
Some guy offered him 2k if he took the stickers off. What do you think though? It's alright, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
From one van owner to another.
Yeah, I think it'll be alright.
Join the van gang.
That's funny.
Go on then, crack on.
I ain't doing what? What for this?
That saved me a bit of a job. There's a little bit of stuff still left on there, but I need to get the rest of this lettering off and give this van a good old clean because it is filthy. So let me get to that and then I'll show you guys around. So there she is, all fresh and clean, and let me tell you, this thing was probably the filthiest car I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't think it's been cleaned since it's come off the forecourt. On the rear bumper there was some kind of kick plate thing that was just riveted on, so I pulled that off, and underneath it was just black. And in the door shuts, they were just mouldy too, and they looked like they'd been left for years unattended to. So it is now clean. Let's have a look around. Now you can see there is still some adhesive left from the sign writing, and I thought it was going to be a bit of a pain to get off. However, as you saw earlier, Dean managed to get it off in the guy's car park, so that wasn't too bad. It has just left some residue, but I will get my toffee wheel on this off camera and get the rest of this off looking clean. So this is a Caddy Maxi, which is a long wheelbase, comes with a driver's side sliding door and a passenger one too. This particular Caddy has reversing sensors and a tow bar. Unlike some, it does have colour-coded bumpers all the way around. Some 15-inch wheels. No, these are not alloys, they are Steelies. It has come fully boarded with some free ratchet straps, but no, this is not going to stay. This thing is powered by a tiny 1.6 litre diesel engine with only 84,000 miles on the clock. And now time to get to the best and worst part of this Caddy, the DSG gearbox. Now this is the best and worst part because it's a DSG gearbox, which is phenomenal. However, my one is slightly broken. This Caddy needs a new clutch, which I'm going to attempt to install on my own in the next video. I've never done a clutch, let alone a DSG one. So come back for that one. Like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video.